Good morning, everyone. Konnichiwa, guys. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to where you're at the flight sim world. This is Viper Strike 95 Flight Simulation, and today is the big one. This is going to be leg 30 of our trip from Obihiro to Shemya Island, and this is the big one. This is the single longest leg of the entire journey, and it's been the most difficult leg for many of us, too. Um, It's going to be a massive, nearly 1,400 nautical mile trip from Japan to Alaska. Good to see you guys here as always. Thank you guys for coming here for this stream. I know this is a bit earlier than I usually stream, but I this long flight combined the fact that it's also Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers here in the flight sim community. And I didn't want to miss out, so I decided stream a little early today. So before we get started, I want to say hello to everyone in the chat. Planet Neutral, good to see you, my great friend Planet Neutral, amazing content creator like myself. We have Super Typhon, one of my trusty VIPs. Good to see you, Typhon, and great to see you too, Devil Dude. Great to see you as well. So the flight plan should look something like um it should, flight plan should look something like. So this is going to be the flight plan for today. Um, Here it is. So we'll take off from Obihiro. We're gonna follow the coast of Hokkaido, and then once there, we're gonna be heading up to the past the Kuro Islands and make our way across the Atlantic Ocean into Erickson Air Station, Shemya. It is going to all the way to Shemya. It's going to be a long flight. I know Allison did one yesterday. Long flight. So the Devil Dude did a flight from Sydney to Singapore. Nice. That's fantastic. Let's go ahead and talk about this leg of the trip. So here we go, guys. This here is the longest leg of the entire journey. Obihiro to Shemya is the single longest leg of this journey, and it's actually, ironically, also the most difficult leg of the journey from the pilot's perspective. So I'm going to go ahead and grab my book, The Legendary DC-3. Let's go ahead and talk about this leg for a minute. Go ahead and talk about it. This was the one they got the most writing for. So they landed in Obihiro before sunset. Paul, Raphael, Francisco were planning on crossing the Pacific tomorrow after they went there. However, they checked the forest off. It was the longest and was the most critical sector of the world tour. They'll be flying over for more than 10 hours over water. And the weather forecast next day wasn't encouraging, and it showed no improvement over the next couple of days. During the evening dinner, the main discussion center was the forecast. And it was not encouraging. I mean, there was no improvement for the next few days, so they were all tired. So for the next few days after they landed in Obihiro, they couldn't really fly because of the weather. With the water they had some important consequences had they postponed the flight. The Shemya landing permit was valid for the next day, and getting approval to land would be a nightmare. The crew had 4 passengers waiting in Anchorage and looking forward to join them in Seattle. Francisco had a personal issue as well, and the plan was for him to go home as soon as DC-3 landed in Seattle. And the morale wasn't very high that evening at the time, as the lead changes leaving the next day were slim. The crew was tired. They had only sleep. Decided to meet at 8 a.m. for breakfast. The first good news that there were strong tailwinds, but the not so good news they couldn't depart as planned. Postponing the takeoff from Obihiro to Sunset would take them through Clearwater for the first few hours of the flight. The crew would be flying all through the night, but the landing would take place in the daytime. Um, there was a critical factor that would require special attention, and the thing that they had to worry about the most was icing. For the second part of the flight, they would need be in clouds, and its temperature at sea level would be down those -2 degrees. The freezing level was forecast between 2,000 and 3,000 feet. They only had a small window opportunity once the Grace wanted to fly with the 77-year-old DC-3, but it didn't show any improvements. If Francis is going to take the decision alone and wanted to make sure Paul and Raphael were happy, and the three agreed to take off at 7:30 p.m. local time, just before sunset. They cruised initially at 3,000 feet above sea level for the first 4 hours, which is what we're going to be doing, and then for the rest of the trip, be to 2,000 feet. In case of engine failure, they had a simple plan with no point of mercy return. They would use Sapporo as an alternative or continue to Shemya. By then it was 10 a.m. and decided to leave for the airport to prepare for the long flight. Everything was going well until Paul reported a problem with one of the fuel tanks and that one of the soft water tanks were punctured. Thankfully, within a couple of hours, it was fixed and fueling could start. And they was getting ready to departure time before 7:30, just before sunset. And they said goodbye to all their friends from Breitling, Japan, as they crossed the Pacific into Alaska. Dusk was set in the horizon, and they contacted the tower for start clearance, and they took off from runway 17, which is where we're going to be taking off for today. Crew, we're all focused on max weight takeoff as the engine levels move forward, and they fly manually 3,000 feet. If the first 4 hours were smooth weather smooth, clear weather. So we're going to be going to clear skies because it is clear weather. Well, so we'll be doing this for around the first 4 hours of the stream. 1 hour later, they continue to descend to 1,500 feet to clear the ice, and the last radio contact was Obihiro Tower after 6 hours. They had the crew had their own portable SAT phone, but network connection was good. Via text messages, they were sending destination routes, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Suddenly they had an RPM issue on the right engine, and they were about 100 nautical miles out, and they saw the first islands. The plane descended to 800 feet to have better visibility, and the crew contacted the Ericsson Air Station Tower on VHF and replied straight away. And once they landed for runway 28, they did it in 10 hours and 2 minutes, which was the longest and most critical leg of the entire sector. Pretty crazy to think about. Hey, good to see you, Isaac and Ian Fisher. Great to see you. So yeah, this was the longest leg of the journey. It is pretty insane to think about it. Like, it took them in real life 10 hours. We might take that long, depending on how much we get this set up. I set the time here. We are at 7:03. If you guys know how fast I can get this DC-3 set up, it shouldn't take us that long. So the fuel's already in. You can go ahead and turn on the ground power. Turn on our external power. Turn the magnetos on. Pull up our mixtures. Power is We're doing the longest leg of the journey, guys. Absolute. So we're just getting the tank set up. We're gonna write primer. Comes off. Okay, that's one engine down. And we got our left engine. Everything's on. I've already filled everything up. It should be max tanks the whole way through. Before we do this, we're going to turn on battery power. Turn ground power off. Turn on our pilot heat. Bright lights. We're going to turn on the lane lights. And we're also going to turn on our and we actually have a couple more lights. We actually have a couple more lights in our plane, and one of those is actually going to be our cockpit lights. We actually have a few. We have our sidewall light. We're going to go ahead and turn those on. And we're going to turn those on as well, because those are going to be our main flying lights. So if you're flying at night, we turn on these lights. So that's it, guys. We got everything started. Let me go ahead and turn. So guys, if you want to join along on this very long journey, I'm on Southeast Asia. We're at Romeo Juliet Charlie Bravo. This is going to be the journey I'm definitely the most cautious for sure. But if we can get this journey done today, this would be the most difficult leg of the trip's going to be done. And it's going to be at night, man. So for the first 4 hours of the flight, we're gonna, I'll keep remember the time. I'll wait till we reach that time with the stream time. When we start flight, I'll change the weather to more cloudy weather. But we're gonna stay at 3,000 feet for this first 4 hours. Clear skies. So yeah, guys, I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far. I was busy trying to get the stuff done for the monthly schedule. Just get more than half of the New Zealand weekly schedule completed. So that's what I've been doing. I mean, this is going to be a long flight, especially in the DC-3. It wouldn't be bad in a DC-6 because the DC-6 is much faster than this plane. But in the DC-3, this is going to be. Okay, are you guys ready to take off? Ready? Let's go. Oh yeah, I should also. We're gonna be at 8. We're gonna be at 8. We're going ahead, take off at 85 knots. I mean, an absolutely beautiful sunset. We took off around 7:30 p.m. their time. We took off just a little earlier, but I'd circle around. As we're gonna say goodbye to Japan for one last time. Gonna miss flying in Japan for a bit, but now we're gonna be heading towards North America now, the United States. We're gonna go ahead and start leaning our. I'm gonna lean my mixture. That way I don't have to worry about So what is your plan to talk about? Oh, good question actually. My plan to talk about is mainly going to be I have a whole slide dedicated to U.S. history. It's mainly going to be about the United States, but we'll also be talking about we might do a couple games potentially on the stream. We might do GeoGuessr, trivia stuff, maybe City Guesser, like Super Typhon, continuing that. And maybe just talk about sports and all that too. Like, I'm willing to talk about many things here today. It's going to be a lot to talk about for the next many hours. So yeah, so there's a couple things I do want to talk about right now. So first, I did win the scavenger hunt game. Like I said I was going to win that scavenger hunt. So it wasn't surprising that I won. I had a feeling I was going to win that scavenger hunt. it was pretty tough though. Murph was flying the chopper. He was the only one to fly the choppers throughout the entire trip. And then and Kahari and Musefan were pretty good too. But I managed to win all the clues. I was there. I was there in every single clue thing they've done. I was the first one to fly there every time because I was just booking it. That, and I also did all my homework. I did my homework before the flight, so I saw all the clues. So yeah, that is quite a bit I want to talk about. So I hope you guys have had a great weekend as always. I know we had quite the stuff going on. I was just busy doing lots of the flying to New Zealand yesterday. I did flying all sorts of planes, mainly the ATR, the Boeing 737, and the King Air. What I fly, but I did the big old month of schedule. They managed to actually do two of them this month. Until the end of June. But this would be a great way to get tons of XP to help our airline. I'm hoping we get a hub in Japan. I'm hoping we open up one. I think Tokyo is the only place left that I think we can open a hub. It's Tokyo. So, I know, according to the stats console, you're in 736,000, and we're about 1/4 of the way. If I'm being a little quieter, it's because my parents are upstairs, so I had to be careful. I'll wait till they're actually. I can talk a little louder. But yeah, I'm currently leading the Viper's Premiership by about 4,000 XP over 6-9. Can you get more for the next couple of days? Until my vacation, obviously, which is going to come 2 weeks. So, and I'll talk more next week, but I'll be heading back down to the Caribbean again. This time we're gonna head to the Southern Caribbean with my family. We're gonna end up in Bonaire and Bonaire and Aruba, but also La Ramona, Amber Cove, in the Republic. Those would definitely be very, very interesting. So that's what I'm planning on doing. Maybe we go. Maybe we plan on doing that. But actually, I'm probably thinking about doing it for not this upcoming Wednesday, but the next one. just going to continue in a straight line here for just a little bit. So once we continue in a straight line, we're going to continue on this direction for 106 nautical miles, and then the rest of it we just go to Great Circle. So that's what we're going to be doing for today. So So yeah, it's just about nighttime here. I mean, you can definitely see some of the stars up here. There's quite a few stars and all that here. I mean, and look at that, there's the moon. So, and then in terms of MSFS news, I think there are two big news that came out since um this Friday stream. So first is Impulse Simulations. They worked on a new Australian airport. They're the guys who released Canberra and Adelaide. Well, they now released a new airport, Alice Springs, a Yankee Bravo Alpha Sierra, which is an iconic airport for the Northern Territory. And I gotta say, I mean, Alice Springs, I've actually flown into the region. It's among the more beautiful parts of Australia for its rich colors in the outback. The new airport from Impulse Simulations features detailed terminal, hangars, ground vehicles, as well, including a lot of old airliners that have been preserved thanks to its dry and arid climate. And it features realistic ground apron texturing, convincing night lighting, and partially replicated cafe interior. And there's over 100 plus custom model objects in buildings here in Alice Springs. There's even a custom animation for the Royal Flying Doctor Service hangar. And you can get this from Impulse Simulation at $29.95 Australian dollars. Or for the United States, it is $20 US. It's actually a pretty good price for an airport like this. But Alice Springs would definitely be if you like flying in Australia, this would definitely be a great addition. And I'll definitely like to check out Alice Springs soon. And then another one. After many months of silence, pilots has finally provided an update on the Dash 7, which if you know me, has been one of my most anticipated planes for the sim. Well, they finally released screenshots of the Dash 7 with the TDS GTN systems and fixing the bugs and stuff, which I think is good news. At least they're trying to fix the issues before it gets released. But Um, and they said they're gonna have a they're gonna go under at least one more beta testing cycle before launch. So it might come out somewhere between July and August. But the Dash 7 is definitely going to be a plane I'm gonna get that immediately. Because like I said, it'd be a great complement to the ATR that I currently have still. Because if you know me, the ATR is a really nice plane, but the Dash 7 is going to be really good for that stall capability. Something that the ATR isn't really that, but the Dash 7 is going to be even better for those. So it's going to be a perfect fleet. It could be the step up between the Twin Otter and then the ATR being a good step up. So yeah, that is. So yeah, that's going to be a bit of the flight sim news for today on MSFS. Makes it too many news. There really isn't too many news today, so just keep that in mind. But yeah, but it said that they're saying there it's near release, which I think I can't wait to show you guys the Dash 7. It's definitely going to be a plane I'll get my hands on. Definitely going to be pretty big news. Well, but definitely very cool. I probably need to do more night flying soon, but one of the nice things I do like about it is some city lights. Like there's Kushiro far left. You can see some of the nightline that thing has. So I do want to ask you all in the chat about what to do. So the plan is once we cross into the once we went to Shemya Island, we will be crossing through the rest of the Aleutian Islands on our way to Cold Bay, Alaska, which will be another long flight, not nearly as long as this, obviously, but it would definitely be another pretty scenic flight, and then Cold Bay straight to Juneau. No, not straight to Juneau, straight to Anchorage, then to Juneau. They go our way down to Seattle. And that's where we'll reach the continental U.S. It's going to be hop after hop after hop. So we're going to have several long flights to go. It is pretty crazy. So, sorry about this, guys. I'm just still trying to wake up a little bit. Did wake up at 6 a.m. 6:30. So, for sports news, there has been a couple things I do want to talk about. So, unfortunately, Yankees took 2 out of 3 of the Rays. 8. But even still, the Rays are still top of the American. They're still the best record in baseball still. But yeah, the Yankees are doing pretty well. The Orioles ripped off 4 straight. The Orioles are only 3 games back. I mean, all the AL East teams that are above 500 are pretty cool. But that division's a bloodbath. The American League Central is going to be pretty good for the Twins. They're really good. They're the only team above 500 in that division. In the American League West, Texas and LA are still the top 2, but Houston and Seattle are gaining on them. And the Oakland A's have just been absolutely horrible. As always, the Braves are still leading the NL East, but they lost 5 in a row, and the Phillies picked up 5 straight. So they're now only 5 games back. The National League Central, the Brewers still lead the division, but the Pirates just only have half a game behind. But the Reds are slowly gaining, and so are the Cubs. Those 2 teams are not far back at all. And then the NL West is led by the Dodgers. The Diamondbacks are doing well. They won 2 straight. Unfortunately for the Padres, they've lost 4 in a row. Baseball spin innings, they do not look good. Sports news, 2 week season to go. Man City. Ooh, yes. The Premier League. Yeah, Manchester City is looking very, very good. Yeah, they have been looking very good this year. 26 wins, 4 draws, and 4 losses. They have totaled 82 points. And they won the last 5 of their games. They haven't lost any of the last 5 games. So they've been very good. But Arsenal and Man City are clearly the 2 best teams in the Premier League this year. They've been clearly the 2 best. I mean, Arsenal's just a point behind Manchester City. They've been very good. Newcastle is unexpectedly doing well. 3rd, and 4th is Manchester United, Man U. And then 5th, which is going to be Liverpool, the Reds. So definitely look pretty good stuff for Liverpool. They're going to be quite good. Like I said, I'm not really big on the Premier League. myself, just because, like I said, I'm more of a fan of American stuff or American football. But in that case, for what my local team's at, the USL Championship, um, Louisville City's my team because they're my local club, our local club. Louisville City's second in the USL Eastern Conference behind Charleston. Charleston's number 1, 2 is Louisville, 3 is Birmingham, 4 is Tampa Bay Rowdies. Then we have the Pittsburgh. Then we have Pittsburgh at number 5. The Riverhounds at 5 in Pittsburgh. 6 is Memphis 901. 7 is Miami FC, and then 8 is Loudoun United. So they are the top 8 for the Eastern Conference. Then in the Western Conference of the USL, which is the minor league soccer, Sacramento number 1, and they're the best team in the league. In fact, 2-3 of the best teams in the league come from so far is from the West. Then El Paso, San Antonio, and then San Diego, Colorado Springs, Oakland, Monterey Bay, and Phoenix represent the USL Western Conference. Yeah, you only follow it because you work on it. Exactly. But hey, that means you probably have more knowledge on it than I do. So, but yeah, I do talk about some stuff as well. And then last night the NBA playoffs still happened in the United States. So in the US we have basketball. I mean, the playoff bracket has been absolutely insane. I mean, it's been absolutely. Miami, the 8th seed, the Miami Heat, the 8th seeded basketball team, are now in the Eastern Conference Finals. The 8th seed of all things in that finals. Again, Jimmy Butler's inhuman. I don't know how he does it. Denver destroys Phoenix, and surprise, the 7th seeded Lakers are in the Western Conference. So tonight's going to be Philadelphia at Boston. This should be good. Quite a bit of some stuff going on. So, if you guys are here for the first time, we're doing like our Breitling DC-3 journey. The crew has been part of this since this has been a thing for many years before Breitling Fire Group in 2017, and we started our trip from all the way in Geneva in Switzerland. So we went from Geneva to Albion to Zagreb, Athens, Tel Aviv, Amman, Jordan, Manama, Bahrain, Doha, Qatar, Dubai, United Arab Emirates, Karachi, Pakistan, Accra, India, Chiang Mai, Thailand, Phuket, Thailand, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Singapore, Kota Kinabalu, Malaysia, Tawag, Philippines, Macau, Taipei, Taiwan, Kagoshima, Japan, Kumamoto, Japan, Iwakuni, Japan, Kobe, Japan, Sendai, and Obihiro, Japan. Now we're making our way over to now Alaska, into the United States. And we're going to spend plenty of time in the United States. We're going to be flying in the U.S. We're going to be in Alaska, but also Seattle to Oregon, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Grand Canyon, Monument Valley, Scottsdale outside Phoenix, Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ontario, Canada, New York, states of New York, New York, Boston, New York City, Quebec City, Abbott Valley, Greaser Bay, up to Nassau, Greenland, Reykjavik, Iceland, with Scotland, and we go through down the United Kingdom. And we go down through the United Kingdom into Paris, Frankfurt, Vienna, Milan, and back home in Geneva. So that's going to be our journey. What's going to be left of our trip. But yeah, we still are a long way. Yeah, we're about to reach nighttime. Once we get to the waypoint, we're going to turn our direction to Greece. And you know what, guys? I think we can get ready to talk about my slideshow for a bit. We'll get started a little bit about our topic. Yeah, I want to pace these out a bit because, like I said, we've got a lot of light. So my plan is for today we talk a little bit about my slideshow, and then followed by some fun activities as well. That'll get you guys involved. That way, we can break it off a little bit. Hey, good to see you, Kingsman. Welcome on in, Kingsman. I hope you're doing well today. Eurovision happened last night. Again, I'm not really a thing of Eurovision. I'm an American. How would I know Eurovision? But the Eurovision results happened. Um, and Sweden was the winner of the Eurovision contest. Loreen won um the contest uh, with her song "Tattoo" from Sweden. She won that contest. Then second was Finland by Parija. He did from Finland. And then third place was Noah Carell, who did her song "Unicorn," representing the state of Israel. So those were top three of Eurovision. And if you wonder who was the results, who was last, Germany was last. The Germans are. Germany's been last nearly every one of those years. At the Europe, yeah, poor Germany, they were last. I bet they were last. They were last place last year too. Yeah, we're gonna be as well. Agree. But yeah, this is the longest leg of the trip, Kingsman. 1,400 nautical miles, and most of this flight's going to be at night. So it's going to be pretty crazy to think about. Yeah, we're mainly at 2,800 feet, but definitely tell we're getting like the last bits of light are finally gone. It's gonna be pitch dark. And trust me, they had a lot of difficulties on this leg with the weather. So they took a lot of risk getting that weather back. So, okay, we're now going to be our heading. So I'm going to go ahead and start talking about our slideshow for today. So our main topic for today is going to be about the United States of America. Yes, we're heading to the U.S. today. We're going to go ahead and talk about the United States of America. I mean, as an American myself, the United States is one of the world's most impressive countries, not just geography, but militarily and economic-wise. It's one of the most powerful countries on the planet, if not probably the most powerful one. So the United States is located in North America, consisting of 50 states, a federal district, 5 unincorporated territories, 9 minor outlying islands, and 326 Indian reservations. In terms of land area, both land and total area, it is the world's 3rd largest country, and it shares land borders with Canada to the north and with Mexico to the south, with maritime borders to the Bahamas, Cuba, Russia, and other nations. And with a population of over 333 million, it is the most populous country in the Americas and 3rd most populous, behind India and China. The capital of the U.S. is located here in Washington, D.C., and the most populous city in the United States is New York. Is NYC, New York City. The history of the United States is quite an interesting one. Before Europeans arrived, indigenous people have inhabited the area for thousands of years, but the first people settled in the continental United States came from the British in 1607 with the establishment of the 13 colonies, which was right now in the eastern United States. And those 13 colonies included 13 colonies were New Hampshire, which the modern states that became the 13 colonies include New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia were the 13 colonies. And became part of the and they poured over the British Crown after the French-American War over taxation and political representation, which led to the American Revolution and the Revolutionary War, with the United States declaring independence on July 4th, 1776, with the Declaration of Independence from the first nation state founded on Enlightenment principle. During the 19th century, the U.S. political philosophy was the concept of manifest destiny and expanded throughout the continent on a number of wars, land purchases, and different treaties, eventually reaching to the Pacific by the middle century. Then with division between slavery between the North and Southern United States led to the Civil War, and with the Union's victory over the Confederacy, slavery was abolished naturally by the 13th Amendment. By 1900, the U.S. established itself as a world power, becoming the world's largest economy. And during World War II, the U.S. joined the Allies after the Japanese attack at Pearl Harbor, and the United States left pretty much unscathed in World War II as it helped win the war. And then afterwards, there was the Cold War between the U.S. and the Union, which, after decades of ideological dominance, the U.S. was the last one standing from the Cold War. World's sole superpower. Pretty cool stuff. But the United States is a federal republic with a representative democracy with 3 separate branches of government, a bicameral national legislature, composed of the House of Representatives, with 2 houses, the House of Representatives and the Senate, with a Supreme Court and an executive branch. The U.S. ranks very highly among international measures of quality of life, income, wealth, economic competitiveness, human rights, innovation, education. It has low levels of corruption and the highest median income per person in any area in the world. It also features high levels of incarceration and inequality and lacks universal health care. And as a multi-pot nation, it has shaped the world's largest immigrant population. So the United States is the story of this country, of the United States of America, is definitely a very special one. both good and bad. But it's how the United States overcomes all of its changes is what we need. So I'm going to go ahead and some verbs. The history of the United States of America. So there's actually been quite a bit of U.S. history. Here's the history of the United States, everyone. So it wasn't definitely known how the Native Americans first settled the United States. However, the prevailing theory was the land bridge theory, which was modern-day Siberia in Alaska connecting on a land bridge like glaciers. It was the most popular theory, and they followed from Eurasia to North America during the Ice Age, and then spread southward throughout the Americas. By 10,000 BCE, the humans were relatively well established throughout North America. Paleo-Indians in central Mexico were the first in America to farm, starting to plant corn, beans, and squash. And eventually, in around 8,000, and then eventually it became spread northward, as well as more of those practices carry on. And with these, by these systems, they grow corn all throughout the country, as well as many of the other local plants and animals during that time as well. Over time, the indigenous cultures in North America grew increasingly sophisticated. Some, like the pre-Columbian Mississippian culture in the southeast U.S., developed advanced agriculture, architecture, and complex societies. The Algonquian are one of the most populous and widespread North American language groups. They're still currently right now. And there are tons of history within each of the other indigenous people of the United States. And those included like the mound builders, like the Mississippians. Then you have tribes throughout the Pacific Northwestern United States. And Iroquois have their own history. Native Hawaiians. And all that. However, the Europeans came around in 1607 after a period of expedition sponsored by many European states. The first successful English settlement was established in 1607. And that settlement is the Jamestown colony in Virginia, by the way. The Europeans brought horses, cattle, and hogs to the Americans, and in turn, Europeans took back maize, turkeys, tomatoes, potatoes, tobacco, beans, and squash, all back to Europe. In this thing known as, which is known as the Columbus Exchange, as we call it. And turns out the Columbian Exchange ends up being very, very important as it brought New World and Old World. However, a major side effect of that was that Native Americans were then affected by diseases that they had no resistance to. Especially smallpox and measles, which ended up dying in very large numbers. In fact, more Native Americans ended up dying of disease than actual conflict, which is a massive deal. So as a result, it dropped massively. From around 22 million in Mexico, for example. In Mexico, there used to be 22 million people. It dropped down as low to its low point in the 1600s to under 2 million native population, because they just couldn't handle the disease. But going back to that, the Columbian Exchange was important and it ended up having huge effects on a lot of society. For example, tomatoes were a major deal for an Italian cuisine. Coffee became very popular in America, and coffee became a massive crop for much of the Americas. And of course, you can't forget about potatoes. Become an important European crop as potatoes. And of course, livestock, medicines, and all that. So there goes a lot of that. However, the successful English settlement of the northeastern coast of North America began with the Virginia at Jamestown, which you can actually visit it today around Williamsburg area. And with the Pilgrims colony of Plymouth in 1620. And the Plymouths on the base of the Mayflower, and they actually settled in Providencetown. The modern Plymouth colony was settled in 1620 as well, in Plymouth, Massachusetts, which is located in modern-day Massachusetts. In the early days of European colonization, many European settlers faced food shortages, disease, and conflicts with Native Americans, including in the Gulf War. But also European settlers began trafficking African slaves into colonial America via the transatlantic slave trade, as they brought slaves to do a lot of the work for them. The 13 colonies of the United States would later be administered by the British overseas dependencies and became tied to the British Crown, which ended up being the root of a lot of those issues. During the 7 Years' War, known here in the United States as the French and Indian Wars, the British forces captured Canada from the French, and the colony's distance from Britain had allowed the development of self-government, but their unprecedented success actually motivated the British monarchs to seek royal authority, and that caused a lot of the strains for the next following years between the colonists and the British Crown. And due to all the debt from the French and Indian War, the British Parliament needed to raise money, so they passed multiple taxes on the colonies, including the Stamp Act of 1765, imposing taxes on the colonies without going through colonial legislators. And then this culminates into many other protests, but mainly the Boston Tea Party in 1773 by activists in Boston to protest the new tea tax. They quickly dumped tons and tons of tea into Boston Harbor. And the protesters dressed up as Native Americans throwing all that tea into the Boston Harbor. Combine that with the Intolerable Acts and all that, it led to, that would be the final straw, and it led to the American Revolutionary War in April 1775 at Lexington and Concord, Massachusetts, when the British tried to seize ammunition supplies and arrest the Patriot leaders, but the Americans won those battles, starting the Revolutionary War. On July 2nd, 1776, the Second Continental Congress, which included many well-known people and many influential people in American history were involved in that Continental Congress meeting. They include individuals, and they include a bunch of individuals involved. King Randolph, Samuel Huntington established the leadership of the Congress, and they did the Declaration of Independence They signed the Declaration of Independence along with Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania and John Hancock of Massachusetts. They became the founding fathers. There was also Thomas Jefferson was there as well. And it was formally ratified in July 4th, which ended up being American Independence Day. And they continued battling the British throughout the next couple of years, including with help from the French. With that happening, it led to the American victory in the final battle that truly ended the war was the Siege of Yorktown on October 19th, 1781, which, after the victory, Britain signed a peace treaty just 2 years later in the Treaty of Paris, which established the United States as an independent free state. As a result of the events. And much of the Revolution in America was led by George Washington, who we know is America's first president. Initially, they actually did a treaty known as the Articles of Confederation as an attempt to try and unify the 13 colonies. However, unfortunately, the problem was the Articles of Confederation was not centralized enough, and it was just too weak. It wasn't a strong enough government. Like it's important to have a limited government small enough that it can be limited, but the issue with it is that the Articles of Confederation was too decentralized, so it was very inefficient and very ineffective to govern the new country. So in 1787, nationalists advocated and led the Philadelphia Convention, and they formed a new U.S. Constitution, which was ratified in 1788, and it is still, this Constitution, mind you, is still used to this day. It's been amended 27 times, actually, but the U.S. Constitution is still the oldest and longest standing written and codified national constitution still today. And many constitutions worldwide are still influenced by the U.S. Constitution. And there were many people that were involved in its drafting and its signing. Obviously, there were definitely some issues with slavery and all that. It was a huge issue. They had to do the 3/5 compromise and all that. There were a bunch of issues trying to unify those two states. Like I said, I'm not defending a lot of that, but the point is at the time they were trying to unify the states, and that was a pretty big contention. Try to compromise. There's that. But many of the framers of the Constitution include individuals such as William Pierce, one of the founding fathers. You have Alexander Hamilton, James Madison, George Mason, George Washington, Benjamin Franklin was involved in the U.S. Constitution, and many more were all involved in framing the U.S. Constitution. Then in 1791, we had the first U.S. president of the United States happen. George Washington, the one who led the United States to victory in the American Revolution, became its first ever United States president. And he became president of the United States from 1789 to 1797. He became the first president of the country, and he helped create a strong national government recognized by many Americans. Thanks to his leadership with Alexander Hamilton, he created a lot of new stuff that are still present even in the U.S. today. And of course, during that time, they also did the Bill of Rights, which was adopted in 1791, guaranteeing forbidding federal restriction on personal freedoms and guaranteeing a wide range of protections. They're still there as well as part of the United States government. And the Bill of Rights are actually the first 10 amendments of the United States of America. Those amendments include first 10 amendments. The First Amendment is the guarantee of freedom of speech and respecting religion. This means it prohibits the making of any law respecting the establishment of religion, impeding free exercise of religion, and infringing the freedom of speech, press, and peacefully assemble. The Second Amendment protects the individual right to keep their arms. The Third Amendment restricts the quartering of soldiers in private homes. The Fourth Amendment guards against unreasonable searches and seizures, along with requiring any warrant to be judicially sanctioned support by probable cause. The Fifth Amendment protects against double jeopardy and self-incrimination. It guarantees the right to due process, grand jury screening criminal indictments, and compensation for the seizure of private property. The Sixth Amendment establishes a number of other rights for a criminal trial. Those can include a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury, to confront witnesses. The Seventh Amendment guarantees any jury trials in federal cases to deal with more than $20. The Eighth Amendment forbids excessive bail or fines. The Ninth Amendment declares that any additional rights that exist outside the Constitution. And the 10th Amendment reinforced the principle of separation of powers and federalism. But yeah, that's the Bill of Rights, and that's very, very important in American history. And then 1812, we still had the tensions with the British are still there, which led to the War of 1812. It was between the Americans and the British, and that also included Washington, D.C. being burned down to a crisp during that war, but ultimately it ended up being in a draw. So in the late 18th century, after the War of 1812, the American settlers started moving west. Starting from originally the Midwest, they started moving more and more west, mainly with the Louisiana Purchase that was purchased from the French in 1803, and it more than doubled the nation's area. Which, by the way, when France owned Louisiana during that time, the French territory of Louisiana also included including the modern states of Montana, North Dakota, parts of Minnesota, Iowa, South Dakota, Wyoming, Nebraska, the eastern half of Colorado, Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, Oklahoma, northern Texas, northeast New Mexico, and most of Louisiana were all handed over to the United States. And also in addition to that, France also ceded Florida and other Gulf Coast territory in 1819, and annexed the Republic of Texas in 1845 during a massive period of expansion. And also the 1846 Oregon Treaty with the British, which set up the 49th parallel, which is where the United States and Canada meet our borders. And the 49th parallel. And then also in 1848, then there were also a couple of wars with Mexico, mainly the Mexican-American War from 1846 to 1848, as the United States captured Mexico City and did the treaty with Hidalgo, which incorporated taking more Texas, but also northern parts of California and New Mexico. And the United States would take even more of those as that as well. Then prior to the Civil War, there were a lot of issues with slavery, and it became even more so with the rise of the abolition movement that took the place of all of it in the North, while many of the slave owner states in the South are more protected about keeping their way of tradition, and eventually all of these boil over to many violent riots and revolts between each other with many different movements. And eventually this broke out once Abraham Lincoln won the presidential election in 1860. With his election, there were conventions within the 11 states that declared secession, and they formed the modern Confederate States of America, or CSA. And those southern states that succeeded include so those southern states So those 7 states that succeeded in 1861 include Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Missouri. North Carolina, all that were all the different states in the Monarch Confederacy. And then the U.S. Civil War fully kicked off in April 12, 1861, when the Confederacy bombarded Fort Sumner, just outside of Charleston, South Carolina. That started the most brutal and bloody American war ever in the United States. It's ever suffered. Which lasted for 4 years, but it still is, to this day, the deadliest conflict in American history, as over 620,000 soldiers on both sides were killed, and upwards to 50,000 civilians. The fighting was absolutely brutal in the Civil War. It still is. Like, I know some people think, how could the Civil War be more dangerous than World War I and World War II? Well, in the Civil War, lost over 600,000 people, 600,000 dead. Whereas, if you look at World War II casualties, per country, the United States only lost 400,000 people in World War II, compared to the far greater casualties suffered by a lot of the other countries. But the U.S. lost a lot of people. So it was still bloody, and there were some absolutely important battles, and many important battles during the war happened. Some famous battles include the Battle of Gettysburg, which turned back the Confederacy. There's the Battle of Bull Run in 1861. Then you had the Battle of Gettysburg, which was one of the most memorable battles of the war. But they fought all over, including the Battle of Chickamauga, throughout the Mississippi. There's even parts of the war in the Pacific Coast. But the war truly ended with General Sherman with his march to the sea, destroying much of the American South from Chattanooga to Atlanta, burned it to the ground. And that led to the end of the Civil War, which abolished the CSA and started the Reconstruction era of the United States. With Republicans in the federal government, they helped rebuild the South and to ensure the rights of African Americans. And this persisted until the Compromise of 1877 occurred. However, this led to the Compromise of 1877 happening, which Republicans seized to enforce the rights of African Americans in the South in order for the Democrats to concede the presidential election in 1876. And it became a pretty dark time for black rights, because even though they were free from slavery, they still had racial segregation back as well. So there's that. And then the U.S. also continued to expand even further. They purchased Alaska from Russia in 1867, which originally this was called Seward's Folly, except it really wasn't a folly after all, as they discovered Alaska was very rich in resources. They also managed to get Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines as well during the Spanish-American War after they crushed the Spaniards and claimed those lands. And also during the late 19th or 20th century, the U.S. economy was rapidly expanding. Industrialists and tycoons like Cornelius Vanderbilt, John D. Rockefeller, and Andrew Carnegie, leading the nation's progress in many industries like railroad, petroleum, with J.P. Morgan playing a big part in the modern banking economy. And of course, the U.S. also had tons of unprecedented numbers of immigrants from Southern and Eastern Europe. And they had plenty of labor, and inventions like the electric light and telephone changed urban life and communication. Because of all this, the American economy became the world's largest economy. And as a result, those changes were accompanied by many increases in economic inequality, immigration, and social unrest, which prompted the rise of organized labor, and eventually ended with the Progressive Era, with many reforms, health and regulation, labor unions, and antitrust measures. All this led to a rise of the modern United States. Then we get to World War One. So originally, World War One happened with the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand. But the United States actually stayed neutral for the first 3 years. First 4 years stayed neutral. However, it joined World War One with the Allies. And the reason the U.S. joined World War One and how that happened was when the United States entered the war. And there were a couple of reasons why the U.S. just joined the war, but the two big reasons for this was, first, the sinking of American merchant ships in 1917. As many American ships were sunk. The other was the Zimmerman telegram happened when Germany tried to send a telegram to Mexico. And the U.S. caught wind of it, and this helped the Americans get involved in it. And when the United States joined, it kind of helped turn the tide of that war against the Central Powers. After the war, the United States grew more even further with the women's rights movements, getting women's suffrage, and with unprecedented prosperity happening during the 1920s, leading to the Roaring Twenties, which lasted until 1929, with the Wall Street crash of 1929 and the Great Depression, which we all know was not good at all. The Americans did not do well in that country, which led to the election of FDR in 1932, and he did the New Deal a year later. Which the New Deal was basically a set of programs and policies to help with the federal growth. And then World War II happened in 1939 when the Germans invaded Poland. The U.S. Was staying neutral, just like the original First World War. They stayed neutral, and they began supplying hundreds of billions worth of material to the Allies in 1941, the Lend-Lease Act. However, on the fateful day of December 7, 1941, the Empire of Japan attacked Pearl Harbor in a surprise attack, prompting the U.S. to join World War II, and it helped change the entire conflict. And the United States was involved in both the European and the Pacific theaters as well, played a crucial role throughout the war, including many important battles like the Battle of Normandy, Okinawa, and Iwo Jima. Eventually, the United States helped end the war with the atomic bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in the war in Japan. And after the war, along with the British, Soviet Union, and China, helped influence what the war would look like in the future. And since the United States was extremely unscathed, the U.S. became even more powerful both globally and military, and played a leading role in much of the war. However, the United States wasn't exactly the only superpower, as they now had to deal with the Soviet Union, which was led by communists. And as a result, with the geopolitical and ideological differences, it was only a matter of time between the Soviets and the United States to get involved in the war as well. Also during that time, we had sustaining economic growth of the 1950s and the growth of the modern American class. So, and they also had to combat lots of racism with the civil rights movement, with MLK being the prominent leader and figurehead of the civil rights movement, which eventually led to the Civil Rights Act of 1968. In the 70s and 80s saw much more growth of stagflation and that as well during the Vietnam War. The 70s and 80s were pretty rough thanks to, well, the OPEC oil crisis of 1973, but also Vietnam as well. After a couple of flop presidencies, in 1980, Ronald Reagan was elected president, and with his neoliberal reforms, he helped revise the economy while taking a more aggressive stance towards the USSR. And after the USSR was conclusioned, the US was the top superpower in the world. And during the 90s, the US got involved with the Gulf War in 1991, but the big thing was in 1994, the US signed the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, causing trade among the US, Canada, and Mexico to soar. And then in 2001, one of the worst terrorist attack in American history happened when Al-Qaeda terrorist hijackers flew into the World Trade Center, killing 3,000 people. And in response, George W. Bush, who was president at the time, launched the War on Terror, which was nearly a 20-year war in Afghanistan from 2000 to 2001 and the 2003 to 2011 Iraq War, which were definitely some of the longest lasting conflicts in American history. Finally, the last part of this is government policies within housing. Unfortunately, the housing crisis created the Great Recession, and that led to Barack Obama actually being elected as the first multiracial president with African American ancestry in American history. And he became the president until 2016, 2 terms, when Donald Trump got elected. Yes, Trump got elected, as crazy as that sounds. And finally, with the early 2020s, they became more and more divided with various social issues sparking protests. So that's it. That is American history, just to let you guys know about it. So that is the American history lesson for me. So yeah, I'm sorry if I bored you a bit, but I just wanted to get that out of the way right now, later. Yeah, guys, this is a bit of a long journey, and we're still at night. But yeah, it is completely pitch dark. And look at this. You can still see some of the mountains in conditions. So if you look to our left, you guys can actually see the Kuril Islands. Used to be a part of Japan, but they're now technically Russian territory in the Kuril Islands. So there's that as well. I hope you guys enjoyed that American history lesson, guys. I mean, yeah, who expected Viper to actually learn American history? Pretty cool stuff. Oh, there's still a lot more to learn from. So yeah. So we're about just under 1,150 miles away from our destination. So we're about apparently it says 6 hours left to go. So we got about 6 hours more flying time left. So we're gonna get there faster, obviously, because we're traveling around quicker. So, basically continue going forward. Through the Kuru Islands to the left. Hey, good morning, Quartz. Good to see ya. So yeah, we're doing the longest leg of the journey today. We're doing the 1,400 nautical mile journey in the DC-3. Should be taking about should take us about 7 hours longer to get back into the screen. Oh, you landed. So that's what we're doing today. We got a bit of a longer flight to go. You're heading towards perp. Nice, Devil Dude. We have our first game. You continue to play Rogue. What? Hmm. Shepparton or something? That port. That's Sydney. YSSY is Sydney. Oh, Perth. Perth, yeah. Perth is on the complete other side of Australia. It's on the west side of Australia. Well, Sydney's east, so you go from East Australia to West Australia to east and back. But Perth's the largest city in the west side of Australia. I need more ports in Western Australia and trying to get someone to fix the ATR. So what issue do you have with the ATR, Quartz? Because I might be able to help you a bit there. Because I might be able to help you there, Quart. Is it the throttles? Is that your issue? Is because I mean you had quite a few issues. Is it throttle issues or is it something else completely different? Oh, mouse, keyboard, and gamepad won't work. Oh, okay. I think the new update probably fixed some bit of it. I know there's quite a few people that can help you with that are on keyboard and all that. I think they have a way to help out with it. I know the new update just added limits to that, but I mean, I play with the TCA Quadrant, so I don't really know how to do it, but I know other people have. Yeah, my throw like this. It's idle or go full power. Yeah, I guess some of it is kind of broken. It's the plane though. Yeah, the throttle things aren't really the greatest. I think when they were trying to do the plane, I guess it was not made for the Xbox. It was made for more of the other throttle quadrants. I mean, there's not really much. Most of the throttle quadrant guides I know is for either for Honeycomb or for the Airbus PCA quadrant. Unfortunately, it's. I wish I could help you, Quart, but I mean, I don't really fly on controller, so. Um, You be still having gamepads connected. I guess so too. Yeah, most people that I know use gamepads for either because of the drone cam or because they're mostly on Xbox. I don't. So I guess that's the case. Over 40 million. I know. I know, a lot of people use gamepad. But yeah, I really can't help you there, Bart. I hope, I do apologize for that. Same, yeah, I used to race gamepad too. I used to play Forza on the gamepad back in the days when it used to be part of Xbox. They didn't try to bring controllers. Yeah, Haley sucked, but plays are okay. Yeah, I used to play on gamepad before I got me a yoke. But yeah, it's fine for fun playing like the gamepad's fine, but I'll be back in 1 second. I'll be back. I gotta grab something to eat, but I'll be heading right back. I'll be heading right back. I'll let you guys enjoy the view while I grab something. Had to grab myself a granola bar. Alright guys, why don't we guys play a game, guys? Let's play one of our games today. While we wait to do the next thing, let's play a quick game. Shall we? So this is City Guesser, we're playing right now. We get to guess location and the different regions of the world. We can pick quite a few. Worldwide, United States, Europe, Mimets, and all the different regions. So let's try one of the let's start with one of the easier maps and we work on our way to the harder ones. Let's do a plate site. You guys probably know this city. We are in the capital, largest city of all of India. This is New Delhi. Yep, we are in Delhi, India, which is the capital, largest city in all of India, and it's a massive metropolis. Enormous. Then we are definitely, looks like to be in the Big Apple. We are definitely in New York. You're definitely in the Big Apple. The question is, where in? Doesn't look like the Big Apple, but I think we're in Manhattan. So we're definitely in the Big Apple. And I think we are located right here in Manhattan. Ah, good. Actually, they were outside Madison Square Park, which got fountains all day. East 23rd Street. This one here is Melbourne. We are in Melbourne, Australia, which is located in the southern part of Australia. I think we are in this part now. Nice. And that's located here at Lonsdale Street. Where we're at here. This is Melbourne. Yeah, this one is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is where the founders of the Americans signed the Declaration of Independence. Oh my gosh, we're just about 169 miles out. It was located at the President House site, just outside the modern Liberty Bell. Oh, look at this. We are in Dublin. We're in Ireland, boys. We're in Murph's neck of the woods. Literally. Yeah, it's Cecilia Street. Yep, in Dublin, Ireland. Really cool, a really charming place. I loved it. I would love to visit. And then this one here, it is Taipei. It's Taiwan. Okay, this might be too easy. Oh, Brisbane. Yeah, we are in Brisbane. That's on the east coast of Australia, just north of the Gold Coast. Oh my goodness, I'm just spot on. Beautiful Brisbane. Okay, last one. Last one of this easy stuff. Let's see what's that tall structure. Oh, it's London. It's England. It's the United Kingdom. London, the UK. I'm thinking it's more like right near Canary Wharf. Oh, right where Tower Bridge is at. So this is okay. Okay, that map's taken care of. Now we're gonna do the beautiful views map. This should be more difficult, but let's do this one. Ooh. We have a building here, we have an arena, we have a clock tower. This could be Ottawa, this could also be Germany. This might be Germany as well. Star. It might be in Germany, Austria, or Switzerland. Because it's German. Okay, I'm gonna predict somewhere in Germany. Right here. Oh, okay. I was about 15 on out. It was in Germany. It was actually Landshut. It's Landshut. It's Landshut. Okay. Landshut is actually where it's at. It's across the Klein Isar. Okay. Let's see this one. This could be Taiwan. You should hear it. But with all the English, could it also be Hong Kong? Let's. Or it could be somewhere in China. It could be Hong. I think it's going to be Hong Kong. I'm thinking Hong Kong. Actually, I think I know where it's at. It's actually, I think it's Hainan. I think it's Sanya and Hainan District. Or I think it's probably Haikou. Oh no, I was wrong. Actually, oh this is, oh I think I know is it's the Chinatown in Malaysia. Oh, it's in Penang. Oh. I was wrong. He was unavailable. Okay, sunny beaches. Guess here, Pula. Oh, we're in Croatia. It's Pula in Croatia, right on the Adriatic coast. It's the Yep, got that one. That one. Okay. Oh, Pattaya City. There it is. A very beautiful area. Pattaya City, located right in the east coast of Thailand. It's quite a bit southeast from Bangkok. I believe this might be Amsterdam. But it could also be Mexico City, though, too. It could be like let's see if there's any. Oh, I think I know it. This might be St. Petersburg. Yep, it's St. Petersburg, Russia. Definitely a beautiful place to visit. Unfortunately, with all the political stuff, it could be impossible to visit. Oh, that's easy. That's Budapest. On top of the fortress. That's Budapest. That's the largest city in all Hungary. Typically. Right here, actually. Yep. We're in Budapest. And I know this place. We're in San Francisco. That one's easy. We're in San Fran. Yep, we're in and actually we're specifically Lombard Street. And this will be the last one for a bit. This one is Singapore, because you got the Grand Strand Hotel. Okay, guys. And that's enough for a little bit. Just some fun games and just to have some bit of fun. Yep, that was pretty good. Just a bit of fun. Just had some bit of fun before we... So yeah, guys. So we're about 1,000 nautical miles remaining left to go in our trip. Should take about several more hours. We're cruising at around 162 knots. So I guess, guys, this now be the time we're gonna actually change the weather condition. Pretty soon. So we're about the 4-hour mark of flying in this thing. So once we leave the Faroe Islands, we'll be changing the weather conditions. And I'm gonna change them to be more cloudy because this will be about 4 hours in. So we're about 4 hours in the trip. This is what they would have been 4 hours. So I'm going to go ahead and change the weather. We're going to go with scattered clouds. And we're going to now start our descent to 2,000. Fortunately, we can't see. Hey, good to see you. Grab your parachutes. Welcome on in, my friend. As you can tell, yes. You're descending to around 2,000 feet for this one. That's because we're facing clouds. We're flying this at night, so that's why we can't see anything. Literally, we can't. We're in pure darkness. So yeah, grab your parachutes. We're doing the massively long flight today. We took off from Obihiro. We're actually we're nearly 2.5 hours into the stream. We're about just about 1,000 nautical miles away from our final stop. So we literally cannot see anything. It's pitch black. We can't even see anything. We do not have light. So I hope you're doing well today on this Sunday morning. So, yesterday, Allison Johnson did a really long stream yesterday. 10 hours in the Cessna 172. She went from Columbus, Ohio to Bermuda as part of her new series. She's recreating Jerry Mott's Around the World trip in 1964. Which is round trip from Columbus. Basically, it's going to be some long flying from Columbus to Bermuda. Then from Bermuda to then to the Azores, then to Morocco and all that. Oh my goodness, Two-Toe Murphy with an enormous raid. Oh my gosh, Murph, raid of 88 people. What's up, Fireflies? Good to see you. Welcome on in. We have the Drifter 95 and Adam Weedo with a follow. Oh, thank you guys so much. So, Fireflies, welcome on into the Snake Pit, everyone. So today we're doing the longest leg of our DC-3 journey. We took off here from Obihiro way back. We actually took off from Obihiro, Japan. From Obihiro, we're going all the way to Erickson, Alaska, which is going to be a long trip. Especially in a DC-3 is a long flight. We got about another 6 hours left to fly according to the speed. but we're going to be in the air for quite a bit longer. Thank you so much, Murph. I know you had a pretty long and pretty epic stream as always, my dude. So we have follows from the following: the Drifter 95, Adam G. Guido, Joe Phoenix, Wasak, and Scundog with follows. Thank you guys so much for following along on this channel. It's been a massive pleasure to be here today. I woke up extra early today because, you know, today's Mother's Day and I didn't want to mess with my mom's dinner. So I had to wake up a little early today, but it's going really, really well. So if you guys aren't aware, my name is FighterStrike95. I've been streaming Microsoft Flight Sim since May 2021. I'm actually very close to my 2nd year anniversary as a streamer. I stream on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. My Wednesday streams, you guys know Firefly Air. It's one of its most decorated pilots, so I will be doing airline operations for Firefly Air. On Fridays would be my main GA streams. It will be my main GA flights. And Sundays, right now, is the DC-3 around the world trip. We are recreating the journey that Breitling did in 2017, taking a 77-year-old DC-3, Hotel Bravo, India Romeo Juliet, around the world from round trip from Geneva. We've already visited a ton of amazing destinations already, from Zagreb and Athens to Dubai, Kochi, Phuket, and Japan. Now we're doing the Pacific crossing into North America, which is the most difficult part of the journey for us as a crew. So I know it's going to be pretty rough, and this was actually the most difficult leg of the trip according to the crew. This was a very tricky leg because obviously they had a lot of difficulties getting the weather right, and now we're about the 4-hour point for the crew doing the flight. We're going much faster than they did. It took them 10 hours to do this trip. In real life, obviously we're flying considerably faster than them. We're flying around the 160, 170 knots. That's where I typically like to fly the DC-3. So it's going to be a little shorter, but I'm going to still try and simulate the best I can with the weather conditions they had to go through. We had to watch out for icing. So it's not easy. We try to keep this thing through icing and all that. So yeah, great to see all you guys here. It's fantastic meeting the Fireflies as always. You guys are legends. I got my hat for you guys to show off. The two-tone Murphy hat. But like I said, it's amazing having you all here today on this. I'm so glad you guys picked me for today to accompany me on this journey. Pretty amazing. So, in addition to this, I've also prepared a slideshow for you guys today. We're mainly going to be talking about the United States, obviously, because we're going to be crossing into the U.S. So, I will also try and mix up with some activities like quizzes and geography stuff, because, you know, I'm pretty good at that sort of stuff. Earlier today on stream, I talked about American history. The United States has got a pretty, despite being a newer nation, it does, the U.S. has played an important role in its histories. Good to see you, Andrew Williams, first time chat. Refill midair, of course. We would definitely need to refill midair, at least in this plane. In the trip, Andrew, we actually had extra tanks available for the crew, during the real-life flight. They had actually extra fuel tanks on their DC-3 as a modification for them, so they could make the crossing. Obviously, we don't have that, so we're going to have to mid-fuel. That's why I put the mixture into lean. That's why I leaned the mixture, because I had to actually take this to auto lean, just so I don't have to worry about keep this thing nice and lean. But yeah, But yeah, no worries, Andrew. Thank you for letting me know about that. So I can refuel midair. But yeah, I know Murph flew quite a lot of things. He flew some bit of X-Plane and Microsoft. Definitely some pretty cool stuff as always. I know Murph makes some of the upgrades. And by the way, I forgot to give a shout out to Murph when he rated. Murph, you've earned a shout out, my friend. Thank you so much for being here for the community as always. That's weird, my shadow command wasn't working. Hey, good to see you, Leon. Hey, Leon, good to see you, Leon Cavanaugh. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Here we go, guys. Shout out to Murph's channel. But yeah, good to see you, Leon. Leon. So, we're in the DC-3 right now. If you're wondering why it's black, well, we took off at sunset, and right now it's pitch black because this flight was actually done at night, so we obviously can't see anything. But for the sake of making things easier to read, I did turn on the pilot sidewall lights. Just to make it a little easier to read. So, and the reason why it's in that red light is because red light is actually much easier to see at night. It doesn't bring much eye stress. It's an aviation red light. So that's where. Hey, good to see you, Spiracy. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, exactly. It won't even kill your night vision too. It's just, yeah, good made replicated historic flight. Greetings from Ireland. And greetings to you from Indiana, from my home state of Indiana, from the United States. Yeah, this is a historical flight that they've done. And what's pretty amazing about this DC-3 flight was they did this in a 77-year-old plane. The origins of this DC-3, this plane used to be known as Flagship Cleveland when it was built in 1940 for American Airlines. Then it served in World War II for a couple of years. Then it went back to civilian life for Trans-Texas Airways before moving into an overhaul with Providence Boston Airlines, where it served from the 70s to the 80s. Then it moved on to private buyers in the 1990s. And then from there to 2009, it stood there until Francisco Giglio, who's the pilot of this trip, bought this DC-3. And in fact, this DC-3 is actually still here. You can actually find this plane in one of the Turkish aviation museums in Turkey. You can find the DC-3 in its own aviation museum in Turkey. How cool is that? That this plane can still be found in an air museum in Turkey, of all places. And then the origins of this flight actually came around for a couple of years by Francisco Giglio. He spent over 4 years getting this project available, and it finally happened in 2017. And I set this up to over 60 legs of the journey around the world. We've been flying nearly everywhere. Oh, you went to Indiana University. I am actually from, I'm from around Clark County. I'm from the Louisville metropolitan area. I'm not going to tell you exactly where I'm from, but I'm from Clark County, Indiana. But if you weren't aware yesterday, I flew around my home state as well. So I flew around southern Indiana, got to fly around Evansville, which is more than half of the P-47s built for World War II came from. We visited Bloomington. I got to fly over a little bit of Indiana University Bloomington, and mainly flew over Indianapolis, visiting Lucas Oil Stadium and the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's what I did. I also posted another link on the YouTube channel. I actually have a YouTube, and that is for my VODs. If you guys want to check out my VODs and all that, including the previous legs of my DC-3 journey, click that. Oh, nice, the Key Smart Championship. Oh yeah, that sounds pretty awesome. Yeah, but IU basketball is an absolute tradition in the States. And IU's actually my second favorite basketball team. To watch for collegiate basketball. My favorite is actually the University of Louisville, because Louisville's technically my local collegiate team. I only live like 20 minutes from U of L. But I did graduate from Indiana University Southeast, which is right in New Albany, which is part of the whole IU university system. That's where I graduated from. But yeah, IU basketball, but Indiana University is definitely a great sports school, and Bloomington is a brilliant college town. It's been one of the best college towns. Jamie Abersold. Oh yeah, Jamie Abersold, very famous publisher. Yeah, he's from New Albany. Yeah, but I was actually born in New Albany, and yeah, definitely a very well-known publisher. There's actually quite a few other people from around the area as well. Brigadier General William Atterbury, who has his own camp after him. You have Hall of Famer Billy Herman, played for Major League Baseball. And of course, the namesake of the Hubble telescope himself. He was a teacher, a basketball coach at New Albany High School, Edwin Hubble. He's from New Albany. Yeah, I'm from around the local area, so I know quite a few people. So yeah, I'm going to talk about a little bit more about my slideshows. So if you guys are aware, I used to do a lot more of these back in my streams, but I save them for doing this journey as well, since I want to focus. So let's talk about geography at least. You guys get a bit of a geography course about the United States. You can't go wrong about geography. The United States is geographically a very, again, just like the rest of the U.S., it's extremely unique. First, the U.S. is the world's third largest country in land area, at around 9,826,675 square kilometers of land area. Depending on when you ask, it's either slightly larger or smaller than the People's Republic of China. And it shares land borders with Canada to the north and Mexico to the south, with water borders to Russia, Cuba, and the Bahamas. As you can definitely tell from this map, on this paint relief picture, the western U.S. is significantly more mountainous compared to the east. Though the eastern U.S. does have Appalachia, the mountain range of the Appalachians, it's the western U.S. with the Rockies and all that is way more mountainous. And there's all sorts of different divisions, physiogeographic divisions in the U.S. For example, if you look at the eastern U.S., and take a look at that, the eastern U.S. is mainly flat, broad, coastal plain that lines the Atlantic Gulf shores, which is mainly a coastal plain which you can visit for much of the eastern U.S. When you go further inland to the Midwest, you have rolling hills, mountains, and a collection of different forest, mainly in Appalachia. If you guys ever visit Appalachia, it's a beautiful place in that part of the United States. And then New England has surprisingly got some rugged terrain and seacoast, which includes like Massachusetts, Maine, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. You actually have some pretty rough coastlines, in New Hampshire as well. Has some pretty rugged coastlines to visit. They're definitely some of the best to visit in the area. And you'd be surprised, but there's actually rugged mountains in the northeast United States, mainly in Vermont, where there's actually quite a few mountains and peaks around Vermont, New Hampshire, and Maine. And that's basically the end of Appalachia. It's at its northern point. Then when you go to the southeast United States, which is from the Ohio River near Kentucky, all the way down to southwards, you have lots of temperate forest and wet forest all throughout the American South. When you go to the Great Plains, this area, before it became farmland, was known for its extensive grasslands from prairie grass to the east to the steppe in the west. However, it's now been turned into a lot of farmland because that area is America's breadbasket, Great Plains. And then a bunch of the Western United States is from the Rocky Mountains, forming a very mountainous region and is some of the highest elevation in the United States on average. Then, if you go west, you have the plateaus, which include between the Cascades and the Rockies, which is just mainly arid desert. Then afterwards, with the Cascade and Sierra Nevada mountains, and then to the west is about different valleys, like Central Valley in California and Willamette in Oregon. And those are definitely also very pretty areas to visit as well, with tons of forest and some beautiful Pacific coast. Definitely some pretty areas as well. Now, and that diversity even comes for its climate too. The United States has tons of climate stuff. I mean, think about it. It has nearly every type of global climate you could want in the United States. I am not kidding. That map tells you all the different climate types in the United States. You could have everything from temperate climates to the north. Sometimes you may have deserts to the west. You have continental climates, tundra, Arctic climates, even rainforest climates in areas like Hawaii and Puerto Rico and all that. The U.S. has nearly every type of climate you can think of. So basically, one part of the United States would be almost completely different from another part of it. But the main influence on U.S. weather is the polar jet stream, which migrates northward into Canada during the summer and southward in the winter. And you basically have all sorts of different weather conditions. And similar to climate, you also have lots of extremes in the United States. Because you can have extreme colds in Alaska, for example, like as low as -80. But when you go to Death Valley, California in the summer, it could reach up to, at one point, 134 degrees Fahrenheit. The hottest temperature ever recorded. But basically, you have nearly every kind of weather condition you can think of here in the United States. Finally, the U.S. was also affected by various natural disasters. Drought is rare, but it has caused main disruption, mainly the Dust Bowl. However, the thing you gotta be careful about the United States more than most is tornadoes, funnily enough. The U.S. actually has more tornadoes than anywhere else in the world. In fact, some areas, including Texas, Kansas, Nebraska, and more, are an area known as Tornado Alley, which can have up to tornadoes up to 1,000 of them per year. And also, hurricanes are a big problem too around the Gulf and Atlantic coast of the United States are affected by hurricanes. And hurricane season lasts from June 1st to November 30th, and there have been some very devastating hurricanes. From earlier on in the Galveston hurricane in 1900, to Hurricane Andrew in 1992, Katrina in 2005, and Harvey and Maria in 2017. So natural disasters are pretty bad in the United States. So do be warned when you enter in the U.S. And finally, one more unique thing: the United States is also extremely biodiverse. The United States is one of the 17 mega-diverse countries and containing large numbers of unique endemic species, including over 17,000 species of vascular plants, along with 428 mammal species, 784 bird species, 311 reptiles, and 295 amphibian species. And of course, there's 63 national parks in the United States, including the original one, Yellowstone. And they're home to lots of about as well. So there are tons of biodiversity. There's all sorts of animals that live in the United States. There are some of the most notable animals that live in the United States. They include the national bird, the bald eagle, which is a sea eagle in North America, and it is the national bird of the United States. You have throughout the lower 48, you can find raccoons, mountain lions, the American black bear, white-tailed deer. Of course, in the South, you can find the classic alligator. The American alligator is a classic animal that lives in the American South. In the central U.S., you can find, like in the Great Plains, you can find the bison, which actually has a pretty tragic history, as people hunted the American bison almost to extinction. Thankfully, they're growing back a lot more, and thank goodness. And then there are also some unique animals that live only in Hawaii. Sea turtles, like the green sea turtle, and different bat species. And then Alaska's home to the mighty grizzly bear, which is among the largest animals in the entire area. But pretty cool stuff. The United States is a very biodiverse country, and it's home to some very unique wildlife. So, just letting you guys, that is a bit about the geography and biodiversity of the United States of America, and just want to let you guys get some bit of education. I got this information myself, by the way, so I did a bit of digging. So we have T44 at TBNDR flying with us today. Good to see you, my friend. If you guys are interested and wanted to check out the Discord, I have my Discord link here. Hey, Road Turtle Depot, good to see ya. So yeah, we are doing the absolute longest journey of this on the trip. Nearly 1,400 nautical miles in the DC-3. We're about 960 nautical miles away. It's great to see you, my friend. But yeah, this is going to be a long journey. So we're definitely going to be in this for the long haul. But once we get done with this journey, this is the longest leg of the flight we have to worry about. So completing this, it would be a huge accomplishment for the journey and be a huge accomplishment for it, because that is the most critical sector of the leg. The rest of the trip is not bad at all. If anything, the rest of the trip is nowhere near as bad. Because the next longest leg of the trip afterwards is actually from here to Cold Bay, Alaska, which is about 900 nautical miles. That's the next longest leg of the journey after this one. So I don't think we have to worry about distance near as much. We can get there pretty good time. So we're about 5 hours away. So we're about 5 hours away from the end of the journey, for the end of the flight. So I want to ask you guys in the chat. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Enjoyed your weekend trip. I know that you guys have probably been doing a lot of flying this past week. I've been trying to get as much of these due schedule things done before this flight. And doing plenty of flying around New Zealand and all that. So that's what I've mainly been doing. Of course, I also got involved with the scavenger hunt. That was great. Yeah, that's what we're going to be doing. Like it's a crazy stream. So yeah, for the plans for the next couple of streams, I think on Wednesday, I think about taking the 737, and I'm thinking about heading to Central America, probably doing some pretty short flights. I think from from San Jose, Costa Rica, up to Managua in Honduras, and from Nicaragua, and then from there we're gonna actually fly into Toncontin Airport in Honduras. Historically been one of the most difficult airports to land in the world. It's very, very difficult to land. It's a very tricky place to land, so I think it would be a really great way to wrap up for the Fireplayer stuff. And I definitely want to do some flying around Central America for sure in the airliners. Be a great place to check out. Next Friday, I'm probably planning on doing take a bush plane. This time I want to take a bush plane around Australia. Actually, I haven't, and I know Murph's going to be in Tasmania. That was my original plan, was to fly around Tasmania for a bit, but Murph's already taken care of that for me. So instead, I'm planning on doing some bush flying in. We're gonna head to Ayers Rock. Actually, we're gonna go from we're gonna visit from Alice Springs into Ayers Rock. So we're gonna be going through many of the bush trips around the Australian outback from there, which would be really, really cool. And there'll definitely be some really cool strips around around Australia. That would be cool. And then we'll have a bit of a fly over Ayers Rock, Uluru actually. I'll be starting that as soon as I get done with schedule number 3, Devil Dude. I'll be starting that soon. But yeah, I'm going to be grinding my flights. So, yeah, we're flying at ground speed 170 knots ground speed. But yeah, I'm going to get that done at some point. Okay, I see you there, TV NDR. I'm gonna put you. Oh. Yeah, we got our event going on, which is. So, we're still getting past the Kuru Islands. They're still on our left. Unfortunately, like I said, we can't really see anything. The clouds are so scattered, we can't really see anything. But according to my nav map, we're actually right near the Kuru Islands. Used to be part of Japan, but now are part of Russia. So they're still contested between the two. So yeah, in that scavenger hunt, I was on team 4 of the scavenger hunt, so it was me versus Tuto Murphy, Fan, and Kaharian. So we actually first did. Panama is definitely a really cool place to visit. So definitely a really scenic place as well to check out. So we flew over to Cologne. And then from Cologne, we did a scavenger hunt. So we found a couple of really scenic areas through Panama. So we went from Cologne to a little piece of dirt in the middle of what would be the Panama Canal. And that was our first clue. We landed there. Second clue, we actually went to Panama City, Panama itself, to find one of the islands in Panama Bay, Flamenco Island. And then from Flamenco Island, we went up north and landed at Calzada Airport. Murph famously missed that landing. He actually landed in Marcos Gelabert International for some reason. And then the second to last clue was actually El Povenor, which is actually a little airport on a little island off the airport. It was definitely a very pretty area near the Gulf. And then the final secret clue, we actually went back west to Portobello. We went to the tiny little island, teeny little island of Isla Drake, where apparently Francis Sir Drake actually has passed away. And I gotta say, Captain Butters did a really great job with it. Maybe I could probably ask Captain Butters if I want to get involved in that hunt. Maybe I could probably come up with something, knowing my research abilities. I will probably find a way to come up with something. Yeah, that's just basically where it was. But yeah, I managed to win all the clues. I come first every time with the clues, even Murph flew the faster chopper. I still find a way to get first. yeah, there's so many really cool things going on. I know next week, I know this upcoming week, Merck's got his schedule planned. So definitely more ATC stuff, and I've been taking a look at that ATC stuff. Like I've actually learned a lot from it. It's pretty accessible, and I like the little guide he did. So if I need to go anything, I can always read his ATC course guide. And then they're gonna do more news on Wednesday, and then Thursday he's actually got a Thursday thing, and he's flying down to Tasmania, which is definitely a really cool area of Australia to visit. Tasmania got lots of beautiful areas in Tasmania. Very, very stunning scenery in Tasmania. Beautiful. So, definitely very, very cool. Let's check. I can go a little bit further. So yeah, guys. I wonder if, by the way, we have Firefly Air stuff going on Wednesday. We have Firefly Air stuff going on Wednesday. So if you guys haven't checked out Firefly Air, I bet most of the Fireflies are already there. But we have Firefly Air services going on. Got 2 new achievements that just came out. Doing a monthly schedule of flights across Australia and New Zealand. Which is really, really cool. Got to visit all the different places in Australia. I got to do more than half of the New Zealand stuff's already been done. And then after that, I got the Australia flights, which is going to be a bit longer. So So yeah, so the next thing we're going to be doing, let me go ahead and do another, so we're going to try a game. We're going to do another city guesser thing. Pop that out. Here it is. So, so we now are doing another, map sort of stuff. So this is, city guesser. We can do beautiful areas as well. And we got all sorts of different maps we can play. Super Typhon mentioned this. So we can do all sorts of countries. The United Kingdom, Australia, Argentina, the United States. We can play all those games. We can also play city maps too. So, we're going to be doing the United States country maps. So we're going to be in the United States. So if you guys want to pick something else, let me know in the chat. We can actually pick out what we want. So, let's go play the United States then. Let's go US. This here, this is definitely the Golden Gate Bridge here in the United States. Right off the coast of San Francisco, you can see Alcatraz Island. We are definitely in San Francisco. And we are on the Golden Gate Bridge. An absolute landmark of a bridge. The absolute beauty of a landmark built in the 1930s. Okay. Definitely raining. Towards there westbound. And racist. Doubletree. Let's see. What an avenue. Doubletree by Hilton. If I were to guess, I think we are in Portland, Oregon. Yep, we are in Portland. Okay. Ooh, okay. Let's look at next one. I think we know that. That's the Washington Memorial I see right in front of us, the Washington Memorial. Yeah, this is Washington, D.C., and we're just across the Potomac River. The capital of the United States, we're in D.C. I've actually flew over Washington, D.C., by the way. There is the Washington. I think we're right over here. Yep. They're actually right in the Thomas Jefferson Memorial. So, right over there. Okay, next part. Hey, bonjour, Will-51. Good to see ya. I hope you're doing well, my friend. We're just doing a another leg of our Breitling DC-3 trip. We're just, because this is going to be a long flight, we're going to be playing a few games and all that. Just okay. I'm going to go ahead and right now switch the tank. Ox. Right, auxiliary type. On my hands. I believe we are in West Virginia. What's up, Charleston? I was close. This is Pineville. Oh, we were in Pineville. But very, very close. Plain well, you know how to speak French is where to see Americans. I don't speak French, but I can understand its accent. Yeah. I'm not really good at French, but I can try and pronounce, which is, hey, at least I'm actually trying. Yeah. I don't speak French, but I at least try and pronounce, alright? Just try to understand pronunciation. Diamond. That looks... I think we are in Los Angeles. I think we're in LA. Yep, we are in Los Angeles. Right in downtown. Downtown Los Angeles, California. Okay, we're back in California. I think we're in Long Beach. What? No, Jacksonville? Jacksonville Beach. Oh my goodness, we're actually in Florida. Guess I didn't have enough time to look at that. It wasn't Florida. Willamette Valley. Oh, we're Willamette Valley wine tasting. We're in Oregon, actually. Willamette Valley is actually in Oregon. I believe if we're in Willamette Valley, you know where we're at here, I think we're Eugene, Oregon. Eugene or Salem? I think Eugene. I was close, but it's McMinn. Oh, it's McMinnville, Oregon. Oh, okay, it's McMinnville. Home of the Spruce Goose, actually. I forgot. It's right near the Spruce Goose. Whoops. I'm trying as an American. I'm trying. Let's see. Bright lights. This could be Miami. Fort Lauderdale, Miami. Probably be there because the pink. Oh, actually, I was wrong. This is Las Vegas, obviously. Right near the Strip. We're right at the Las Vegas Strip. Literally. Ridiculous. This will be our last one. I'm gonna say no. It's LA. It's Las Vegas. Hey, good to see you, Worman Dennis. Good to see ya. So we're on our way over to Alaska today. We're on our DC-3 round the world trip. This is the longest leg of the trip. We're on our way over to Shemya Island. Yes, we're flying in the middle of nighttime. On our way over there. We're flying about 2,000 feet at night with having to worry about the ocean. hear us. I mean, it's pretty crazy to think about. So I hope you're doing well, Dennis. We're currently on our way over. I'm doing quite well, Dennis. We're about 5 more hours left to go on this trip. So we're just currently flying along the coast. We're gonna head to Alaska pretty soon, which is gonna be a long flight. So I'm just trying to space out all the streams and all the slides, so I'm trying to space them all out. I don't talk about too much things at one time. Just be nice and chill. Just having a good time with all of you guys. That's all that matters. So we do actually have people flying with us. We have TB and DR flying with us in this trip. So we're just mainly just doing this long haul stuff by ourselves. I mean, we've been already 3 hours streaming and we still got a long way. So now let's get back to the United States a bit. So the United States, the government's structured as a federal republic, comprised of 50 states, federal district, 5 territories. It's the world's oldest surviving federation, and considered to be the oldest democracy in the world. The United States is divided into 3 distinct branches: the legislative, executive, and judicial branches, whose powers are vested by the U.S. Constitution. In the Congress, the President, and federal courts. The U.S. Congress is a bicameral legislative branch, is bicameral with the House of Representatives, the lower house, and the Senate is the upper house of the U.S. government. The executive branch vests executive power under the U.S. Constitution under Article 2 is the executive branch, which is led by the President, who's also the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And finally, the judiciary explains and applies the laws, and there's multiple different ways the courts are set up. Mainly with different state courts, and there's also the big Supreme Court as well. So basically how it all works is that the legislative branch approves treaties, makes federal law, declares war in the power of the purse, and can impeach a sitting member of the federal government. The executive is the president, commander-in-chief, and military who can veto legislative bills before they become law, and also other officers who administer and enforce federal laws. And the judicial branch consists of the Supreme Court and the lower federal courts, whose judges are approved by the president with consent and approval. And the United States is unique because it also has its own governments within each of the states. So each of the 50 states in the United States have their own governments with their own legislation, executive, and judicial authority over its own states. So basically how the U.S. government kind of works is you go to the state level, then you go federal. You go local, then state, then federal level kind of stuff as well. And each executive that heads the state is led by a governor that's been elected as well. So that's how the state governments manage to work. And each of the 50 states holds jurisdiction over a certain geographic territory, which is their sovereignty with the federal government, and they can be subdivided into counties or equivalents, and even lower to municipalities. Each state has the presidential electors equal to the number of representatives plus senators in Congress, and DC has 3 electors of its own. It also reserves limited tribal sovereignty over the American Indian nations, or Native American nations, like state sovereignty. They have their own reservations, and they have their own kind of leadership as well. So that's kind of how the politics work in the United States, how it works a bit. Like I said, I don't want to get too political, but I do want to talk about just how the systems of government all work. And then we're going to talk about the economy of the United States. So the U.S. Definitely has has one of the world's strongest economies. It actually has the world's strongest economy. Its gross GDP, according to the IMF, is $25.4 trillion US dollars, which is 25% of the gross world product. Yes, the US is 25% of the world's economy. The country is ranked first in the world nominal GDP. It's second in gross GDP by purchasing power. 7th nominal GDP per capita. And 8th by purchasing power parity per capita. It's also pretty highly ranked in the Social Progress Index at 25th out of 169. And the U.S. has been a forefront of technological advancement and innovation in many economic fields, like AI, computers, pharmaceuticals, medical, aerospace, military equipment. Of course, the U.S. economy is fueled by the abundant natural resources, along with a well-developed infrastructure and high productivity. As a result, the U.S. has tons of natural resources as well. And the U.S. dollar is the currency used in most international transactions and is the world's foremost reserve currency, with New York City being the world's primary financial center at the global stage. So, the U.S. is definitely a major economic superpower. And of course, the U.S. has been a major technological leader since the late 19th century. And as a result, when they had methods to produce interchangeable parts and machine tool industry, allowed the U.S. to have large-scale manufacturing of sewing machines, bicycles, and other items. In the 20th century, with electrification in the introduction of assembly line, it created mass production systems. And by the 21st century, with all sorts of machines and all. In 2022, the U.S. was the country with the second highest record of published scientific papers, along with being the second highest in patent applications, and third by trademark and industrial design applications. And the U.S. has done 51 space flights, with over 2,900 active satellites in space. In addition to this, the U.S. is home to tons of inventions in the United States. For example, in 1876, Alexander Graham Bell, he invented the U.S. patent for the telephone. Thomas Edison's research developed the phonograph, the first long-lasting light bulb, and the first viable movie camera, which can make movies. And of course, aviation people know this, but the Wright brothers made the first standing control heavier than air powered flight. And the automobile, with Henry Ford, produced the modern automobile in the United States. The United States was where people like Albert Einstein and John von Neumann helped create the nuclear weapons in the atomic age. And of course, the great space race in the 60s. The U.S. has made all sorts of inventions. And of course, the transistor as well, which is part of all modern electronics basically to this day. As a result, the U.S. is a global innovation superpower. In addition to all this, the U.S. is very research rich with all sorts of natural gas, petroleum, coal. So they are a major economic power, and I'm not kidding on this one. I'm actually very serious. So, okay, now we gotta talk about, and then we can go ahead and talk a little bit about transportation as well. So the U.S. has an extremely rich transportation stuff. It is extremely diverse between roads, air, rail, and more. The U.S. has got some extremely rare extremely diverse transportation and all that. And the U.S. has got a rich history in transportation. The first thing we got to talk about is road transportation. The United States is very much a motorized transit nation compared to many other places in the Western world. For example, if you visit a country like Spain or France or even the Netherlands, you see way more transportation with public transit and other stuff, with bicycles or trains. But the United States is very, very, very much reliant on motorized transit. Over 86% of American workers travel through private vehicles. And what really grew that was during the Eisenhower interstate highway system in the 1950s. This was his big project back then. And they built tons of roads. In fact, the interstate highway system is the single longest national controlled highway network in the world. And it connects to so many of America's cities relying on private automobile. And the national highway system comprises of over 160,000 miles of roadway. And there's tons of other highway systems all throughout the country. As a result, the U.S. really relies on road transportation more so than any other place in the world. In addition to private transportation, trucking companies very much rely on the highways and provide essential service to the American economy by transporting large amounts of raw materials, work in process, and finished goods over. From manufacturing plants to retail distribution centers, and they carry lots after construction. Well, then we get to one of the most important parts of the United States. And something we really want to talk about here in the U.S. Is air transportation. The U.S. has tons of airports. In fact, the U.S. has over 5,000 paved runways in the United States. And in terms of passenger travel, the United States has, you wouldn't believe this, 17 of the 30 busiest airports in the world are actually from the United States of America, which is pretty insane, including the world's busiest, Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta. But they also had tons of cargo airports that are extremely busy too. And aircraft are often used for medical emergencies, government agencies, businesses, and even individuals. As a result, so the United States is pretty insane. There are so many of the airports. Like 16 of the 50 busiest airports in the world are from the United States. And currently, as of 2020, there's over almost 20,000 airports in the U.S. 20,000 airports! And the reason air travel is so important is because the United States is not only a very large country, but also it's a very geographically diverse. So air transportation is preferred for flights over 300 nautical miles. And air traffic really grew during this time. And U.S. air traffic has a long history too. The first such thing to help build air transportation in the U.S. was January 1st, 1914, when pioneer aviator Tony Jannus captained the inaugural flight of the St. Petersburg-Tampa airboat line, which was at the time the world's first commercial passenger airline. But what really grew commercial aviation was during World War I. With mass production of aircraft and all that, U.S. quickly passed the U.S. Airbill to allow the U.S. to catch up to the Europeans in airline travel during the World War I era. But after World War I, there wasn't a lot of aviation growth until the late 20s when the U.S. carried airmail. And once the airmail stuff was very important, it helped carry people through commercial goods, and aircraft's means of passenger travel really did grow during this time as well. And the picture to the right is an airmail route. You can see all the different directions U.S. airmail went. So they start from New York to San Francisco, but they did all sorts of other flights. You can see the old air routes from the United States for airmail. And eventually it helped lead to passenger travel being very important. But that really grew with World War II. Because the United States really soared during that conflict. The U.S. produced tons and tons of aircraft. In fact, the United States, by 1945, it produced more than 1/3 of the world's total aircraft production was produced in the United States. In fact, that led to tons of airplanes being built as well. And then after World War II, they grew more aviation stuff for commercial aviation with lots of demand. And one of the things that happened in the post-World War II era was during the 1970s with the Airline Deregulation Act in the 1970s, which allowed free market competition within the airline industry and to meet the pressure of decreasing price. And finally, for the 21st century, Obviously, American aviation did suffer because of 9/11. It caused a lot of people not being so confident in aviation, and also fuel prices have been rising too. So, causing all that and stuff. There is no. Now, unlike in many countries, the United States actually doesn't have a flag carrier phone anymore. But there have been 3 major international carriers to keep a note of. First is the oldest of all the airlines is Delta Airlines, which I've been to the museum in Atlanta, but Delta has been around since 1925. It's among the world's oldest airlines still in operation. They're mainly headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, but as their main hub. But they have also hubs all across the U.S. and they have a incredibly large fleet. They have among the world's largest aircraft fleet. In fact, they have over 900 aircraft, and they range from the small Boeing Airbus A220s and Boeing 717s to the big boys like the A350s and the 767. They fly on lots of different planes, and Delta's flying everywhere, phasing around the world. Then there's its 2 main competitors. We have American Airlines, which is actually the largest airline in the world by fleet size. They mainly operate out of Dallas, Fort Worth, and they've been around since 1926 when they were founded, but didn't operate until 1930. They have a huge fleet of planes, both Boeings and Airbuses as well. And then finally is United Airlines, mainly based out of Chicago O'Hare, and they've been around since 1926, and they got a wide range of fleets as well. But basically, those are the 3 main international airlines. But in addition to this, there's also 8 other large carriers for domestic flights, including Alaska Airlines, Allegiant, Hawaiian Airlines, JetBlue, Southwest, and Spirit, which makes things kind of unique. Many airlines operate on a hub-and-spoke model. Given the system, the predominant airline at a given airport gives it a strong competitive position as it can feed passengers into the hub, maximizing the number of passengers on each flight. And of course, air cargo also comprises a large amount of flights in the U.S., mainly by 2 major companies, FedEx and the United Parcel Service, or UPS. So yeah, that's a little bit about air travel, and finally, let's talk about other travels. Then we got rail transportation. Now, unlike in many other places, rail, there's not really much passenger rail traffic in the United States. It used to be a bigger deal back until the mid-20th century. However, with the introduction of jet planes and the interstate highway, there really isn't a lot of rail travel. Most passenger rail traffic is from the northeastern United States, New York to Boston to all those. Like the Northeast Corridor, you see a lot of railway. And but the thing that really makes rail in the U.S. important is for cargo purposes. Whereas the U.S. freight railroads are among the world's busiest rail system in the world. In fact, U.S. railroads actually move more than 4 times the freight as all of Western Europe's freight railroads. And as a result, the freight trains are actually the most important part of the United States, unlike in the rest of the world. So yeah, cargo rail is really, really important. And that's enough about transportation. Just a bit about coverage about that sort of stuff. So overall, the United States is extremely diverse in its transportation. There's a bunch of other transportation stuff like mass transit, water transportation on boats throughout many of America's rivers. And there's even military transportation with all sorts of bases in them. The United States definitely has a very rich transportation hubs and locations. So yeah, let me give you a little bit of tidbits about each of the other stuff. Water transport is mainly a freight transportation, but there's a lot of pleasure and fishing boats and many passenger services that connect many of the more islands and harbors throughout the area, like mainly to Alaska and the Pacific Northwest. And also, many U.S. ports are served by cruise ships with destinations around the Caribbean, Mexican Riviera, Hawaii, and the inside passages of Alaska. Which, hey, I mean, I'm going to be heading to the Caribbean pretty soon, so. So yeah, that's a little bit about transportation. We're about just over 800 nautical miles left to go. We do have quite a bit fuel left to go. Yeah, like I said, we still go. According to this, we're about four and 3/4 of an hour left to go. Lots and lots of free. Another 4 hours of flying. I'll be back 1 second. I gotta go grab me a refill after I drink. Okay. I'll be back. Okay. Time to grab something. Alright, let's go back to our City Guesser game. Let's go ahead and play a little bit of that one. Let's go to Coastal Cities. Let's see what Coastal Cities we get to pick. So let's start with this one first. Absolutely beautiful location. This could be many things. Big Euro, small. It could be Venice. It could also be Helsinki. It could also be Naples as well. Or it could be. I think this is actually Venice. I'm thinking it is Venice, Italy. Venice is at. I don't think it's here. I think it's actually over. Okay, it is Venice. Okay, that's definitely Venice. Let's. Okay, we got a dog park. Honors. This could be Victoria, Canada. I think this could be Victoria. It could also be Quebec. But I think it may be park. I'm going to pick Victoria probably. Or this could be Vancouver, but I'm going to pick. Victoria, Canada. No, it's actually in Australia? Okay, where in Australia is it located? Oh, it's in Sydney. Oh, this is Sydney. Oh, this is right near the Red Valley or Oval. Oh, this is Rush Coast Bay. Okay. Whoops. I tried. Macquarie Street. This looks like DVD night. Macquarie Street. It looks like probably the United States. Mutual Life Society as Hadley's Hotel. This could be San Francisco, probably. Though it could also be Seattle. We don't. No, that's not it. That's not deep. No, that's actually in Europe. Oh, there's a Skoda. There's Mer's car. Holland's SPK. coastal city. I think this might be New Zealand. What if it's Wellington, New Zealand, or Auckland? I'm gonna try Wellington. Oh no, it's Australia. It's Hobart. Oh crap! I got in the right region. I'm just not in the right area. Coastal city. This could be Amsterdam. Sandwich bar. Though it could also be St. Petersburg. It could very be St. Petersburg. Could be Helsinki. Could be Amsterdam. Oh no. Oh. Oh, that's the Ukrainian flag. We're in Ukraine. Ukrainian coastal city. It's off the coast of the Black Sea. Oh, I think it's Odessa. Yep, Odessa. That was an area that was affected by the Ukraine war. Yeah, it was Odessa. It was on the coast of the Black Sea. It was affected by the Ukraine war. Next coastal city. Okay, it's Turkey. Where in Turkey is it? I think I know where it's at. I think it's southern Turkey, and it's a very popular tourist destination of Antalya. No. It's actually Izmir. Oh, it's Izmir off the coast of the Aegean Sea. Whoops. Next one. Spring Garden, Subway. Flex. Britain. Vancouver? No, it's actually all the way on the other side of Canada. Nova Scotia, Halifax. Oh, so this is Halifax. Whoops. Come on, Fiber, you get something right. Electric, Main Street. Steel Beach. Oh, okay, we're actually Long Beach. I was close. Oh, it was by Los Angeles. But I was close. It was closer than the last one. This close area. This could be Coder. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's Queenstown. Oh yeah, it's Queenstown. Oh, the beautiful fjords. Yeah, it's Queenstown, an absolutely stunning location. Hey, great to see you, Sergeant Staff. How you been? Good to see you, my friend. Check out Sergeant Staff's stream. I hope you're doing well today, my friend. I hope your stream went well today. So we're just in the middle of our DC-3 trip. We're doing another leg of it. We're just doing some quiz and stuff just to break the monotony of having to worry about me talking. Ooh, this could be one of two places. This is probably either Phuket. This could be Phuket because of the mountains, but it could also be Hawaii. But I could also see this being Phuket because you know Phuket's. Or this could be Halong Bay in Vietnam. I think this could be Halong Bay, Phuket, or Copy 8. I think we're in Phuket. I think we are in. Oh, I think we're in the beautiful resort city. Located right. Yep, I was close, but yeah, I was around the island of Phuket. We're actually in Railay Beach. I was close. I knew I was somewhere around south. Surfer's Paradise. This could be quite a few things. This could be Gold Coast, Australia, which is right on the Gold Coast. This could also be Hawaii, you know, when that's. Oh, I think I know what it is. It's the Gulf Coast of, it's Gold Coast. Bingo! Yes, Gold Coast in Australia. Gold Coast is very famous around those parts for being beautiful beaches. 13 cabs. No, it's Australia again. It's in Brisbane. No, wait, it's back on the Gulf Coast again. What? We're back on the Gulf Coast again? Beautiful beach. Shot. Viva Casa. I'm gonna say oh, Barcelona. So we're okay. I corrected Spain, but I didn't. Hey, oh, Rio. No, it's not Rio, Andrew. And finally, the last thing. Through the canals. This might look like Venice, but it can also be Amsterdam. Yep, that's it. That's enough quizzing for a little bit. Yeah, it's Rio. It's Venice. So yeah, so I'm definitely pretty excited to check out more. Perfect. Chipped. A little bit east. Yeah. I'm just trying to do the best I can to entertain. I mean, I'm not. It's not easy when you got a long flight like this. It's gonna be hard to find entertainment. Speaking of which, guys, there's actually a game I've actually wanted to get for some time. And I'm gonna probably get it soon. And maybe if it's okay, I could probably stream on this game. And it's called Super Mega Baseball 4, which is going to come out in June. Which is this. It's a new baseball game. It's for PC, but it's for most consoles, but especially huge for me being on PC. It's this game, Super Mega Baseball 4, coming out June 2nd. I'll be gone by the time that is. But it features several new features and all that. But the big thing they really showed off was the baseball legends. They had a video about that, so they actually made an agreement with Major League Baseball Players Association and brought in over 200 plus MLB legends, including David Ortiz, Vladimir Guerrero, Billy Wagner, Babe Ruth, Billy Mays, and much, much more. And you can integrate you can put them in their own teams. They got their own teams featuring these legends, but they also have a way to integrate them into the fictional Super Mega Baseball world. and many fun and new ideas, which I think would be really, really cool. You can even put them in drafts and all that sort of stuff, so you can have a lot of fun with these baseball legends. And that is what came out in a couple days. But other things they did with it, they brought in several new features besides legends. They updated the presentation. They have new character models, updated lighting, new cutscene animations, expanded audio. They added 6 new stadiums, and they're gonna add 2 more as DLC later on. And they added some new community requested features like new trade system and all that, and expanded as well. So definitely some really cool news, and I'm a big baseball fan, so that's the main baseball game I've been playing since, well, they don't have MLB The Show on PC, unfortunately, which is a real bummer. But yeah, there's been a lot of pilots out here today. Some of them are flying all over Europe. Others are, but most of the people are either in Europe or they're in Australia, probably doing the achievement. And yes, I'll be getting down to do the achievement stuff throughout next week. Just continuing going on. We are about 737 nautical miles away. We are about, I believe, 4 hours away. 4.3 hours. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for the next couple of new planes potentially coming to the simulator soon. I know the Dash 7's about near release, so that is very cool news. I'm very excited for the Dash 7 to finally come. I'm definitely grabbing that plane for the airliner stream. Which should be very exciting. As well as a few other products. Still also probably waiting to get the Transall. I know the Transall's I know a lot of people really like the Transall plane. I'm waiting for Sim Market because I don't have to worry about the updates being a little quicker. Alright, let's get back to the city guesser thing again. Let's do, let's do... Alright, let's go to capital cities. Let's do this. Plaza? Voda? Margarita. Philadelphia. So this could be quite a few places. It could be Mexico City, but it could also be Lima, Peru. It could be a lot of the Central or South American countries. Or it could be Quito. I think this might be Lima, Peru. Okay, I think it's Lima. No, it's not. It is Medellin. Oh, it's Medellin. Medellin, Colombia. I think this might be Kuala Lumpur. No, I'm actually... Oh, we're in New Delhi. We're in downtown New Delhi. Okay. Oops. Oh. Speaking of Kuala Lumpur, that is probably where it is now. It's just there a minute. Greenwich Mysterios. This might be Madrid. Madrid's the capital of Spain. No, oh, Mexico City. Why does Viper Strike always get those wrong? Oh, Stockholm. Berlin Bar, BAS. Oslo. Oh, yeah, that one's Ottawa. That's definitely. Ottawa's Canada's capital. Ravenoa, Culm. Might be Helsinki. Yeah. Or this could be or Tallinn, Estonia. I'm thinking Helsinki. Yep, Helsinki it is. Helsinki. Oh, it's Vienna. This is. Yep, we're in Vienna. Vienna. That's Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires is all the way down. Yep, excellent. I think this is Bangkok. Oh, Chiang Mai? Are you sure that's the capital's? Oh, that's Sydney, Australia. Good anime. Or actually, this might be Canada. You know, city's not food. Maybe Abu Dhabi. Dubai. We're capital cities. Dubai's not even a capital. Capital's all that. I guess maybe the capital of its own kingdom, but. Yep, just a little bit all to go. So we just crossed over halfway there now. We're halfway there to our destination. So let's see who's still with us. I know we've been in the air for a long time. Pretty insane. We've been flying this air for so long. Pretty crazy. Well, thankfully, this could be among the last times we have to fly at night in this journey. So the rest of it's going to be daytime, so we could actually see. So I want to ask you all in the chat. Pretty interesting stuff going on. I'm personally waiting for that new update. I know some people say that they play like the new 747 and 787 update, so I'm still waiting for that as well. So, that'll be what I'm going to be waiting for. Yeah. Hey, yeah, the Kingsman, the flight's going really well. We still got a long way to go. We're 680 nautical miles out currently. We're about 4 hours away from our final leg. We're just 4 legs away, 4 hours away from our destination. So I'm going to be here for another 4 hours. But once we do this flight, the rest of the flights aren't so bad. The rest of them are manageable because The next one is going to be to Colby, Alaska, and that one's only 912 nautical miles. It'll be at daytime, so we at least see some of the Aleutian Islands. And then after that one, it's gonna be 539. $509 nautical miles. Then 678. All of these are going to be pretty manageable, about 4 or 5 hours, which is much more manageable for me. Then 837 from Juneau to Seattle, it's going to be 830 miles. So I'm not trying to talk, I'm just trying to find something to talk about. Make sure you're drinking plenty, have something to eat. Move around too. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I gotta move around for a bit. Yeah, and I got plenty of something to eat, so just trying to chill. But yeah, the rest of the legs aren't, like, the rest of the flight legs are not, the distance isn't even bad at all. Like, you would think some of those legs seem long, but many of them are just because I want to knock multiple legs out of the air. Hey, good to see you, boss man. I'm doing well. Yes, this is dark, but we're flying in the dark actually because, well, we're gonna be at night. They actually flew this at nighttime. It took them 10 hours in real life. We're gonna be about there in 8 hours from the ways we look at it. But I'm doing well, Bossman Gaming. You can see how easy it is to sleep on these long flights. Yeah, exactly. And especially at night too, where you don't really have much anything to see. It's kind of long. But I do appreciate everyone for sticking around on my stream. I know it's a long, long flight. I don't usually do these flights on stream. Usually I've been doing long flights with just myself and just watching videos and all that. Keep me entertained on long flights on my own. But on stream, I'm really limited to what options I can try. So if you guys have any suggestions what I can do, just let me know. I would be a happy person if you can suggest me. Oh yeah, my route. I need a bot. Perfect. Forgot to update my stream bot. Yeah, this is going to be my longest stream I've ever done. Yeah, live stream for me has been an issue with all the power outages in South Africa. Oh, yeah. Really? You have all those power outages back in South Africa? Yeah, I know that South Africa things are not looking too good. I know South Africa's had a big energy crisis that's going on. South Africa's got a lot of energy crisis as well. Because of apparently from what I've heard, apparently I'm looking at it right now, from my research, they've had a lot of issues between government officials, and combined the fact with aging infrastructure, and this thing called load shedding. And this is an issue that's been going on since 2007. You're doing really well. Oh, I appreciate it. You know, I try to keep things entertained. I mean, I try to learn from Allison, see how she does it. Because I know Allison Johnson is a queen of the long haul stuff. It's insane. Yeah, and speaking of Allison Johnson, I know she isn't here, but Allison Johnson's going to get a shout out. She did the first leg of her journey. It took her nearly 10 hours to get that streak done. We're going to be finishing obviously in less time than her. I mean, we're in a much faster plane than a Cessna 172. We're in a much faster plane. But we're obviously going to get things much quicker. Yeah, South Africa, yeah, it's had a lot of issues. Yeah, and I do agree. It is sadly the unequal country. It's that. Like I said, I don't want to talk too much politics, but yeah, South Africa, equality has been an issue with South Africa. I mean, that's been a problem, Typhon. If you ever read your history, it's back, all the way back to the, not only back, it's back to the colonial era, and mainly the apartheid era, which is still probably even to this day, the impacts of the apartheid era of South Africa are still been an issue even now, even after it ended. So it's still a big issue. Still been a big thing. But yeah, I guess I'm maybe getting used to these long flights now because I'm still planning on doing a Firefly Air World Tour. I'm probably going to ask Murph if we can get the new hub open before 2024 and get as many hubs as we can. Because I want to definitely do a Firefly Air World Tour, um, with all the airliners and stuff, and my plan is to visit every country in the world within 2024, and we get to visit every single country in the world and all the major cities. So I want to try to find a flight plan that will connect to all the areas of the world we want to, and all the places I like to visit too. It would be a massive operation for the VA. And that's going to mainly operate various different airliner models, um, like 737, 74, 78, the Bluebird 75, the ATR-7 are like the main airliners to fly. And then obviously the GA planes like the Twin Otter, the PC-6, King Air. I mean, it's going to be mainly with the that as well. Yeah, most of the history of it has been twisted by lies. Yeah, it's still been an issue. That like it's still an issue. There's just been so many issues in South Africa. I feel for the people that actually live in South Africa. Like it's a real shame considering that, especially considering all the things that go through. I feel for the people that live in South Africa. And again, another shame considering South Africa geographically is a very, very pretty place. So, what I'm trying to say is that I feel for the people. I really do. It's just that place is so weird. Okay, I had a brief network thing. So yeah, we're gonna continue going. So we're back, continuing on. So we're gonna be continuing forward for a little bit longer. So, so our next thing we're going to continue going forward is for the United States. So overall, though, I definitely think there are plenty of other stuff going on. I know there's a couple of other video games this year. I know Nintendo just had the new Legend of Zelda game. Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom just came out the other day. It just came out 2 days ago. It's the newest installation of the Legend of Zelda series. It just came out. It's the sequel to the critically acclaimed Breath of the Wild, and I've heard from a lot of people they say it might be better than the original Breath of the Wild came out. So that's what's going on as well. So actually, this might be a good time to check my fuel. See how much. Okay, 50% on the center tanks. On the auxiliary tanks. So I'm still pretty good for now. I'll wait till later till we refuel. So yeah, one of the things I do want to talk about here as well. So the thing I'm very excited for is for my vacation and so in 2 weeks. So we'll be heading to Aruba and Bonaire. I think one of the days we're gonna do ATV visits. We're gonna check out. I'll talk more, but I'll go greater detail next week, but. So basically, we'll be visiting Aruba, Bonaire, La Ramona. It would be a really nice place to visit. Because I've never been that far south of the Caribbean. I've been Eastern Caribbean, like with St. Martin and St. Thomas, and I've been west with Cozumel and Roatan. Never been that far south. It'll be new for me. There's that. So, they added, like I said, there's a brand new Legend of Zelda game that just came out, which has been very, very good. I think the other 2022 view games as well. I haven't played much of Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, so I know I'm still gonna get that Super Mega Baseball game, which is gonna come out. That's gonna be one of the games. There really isn't too many other big games I've probably interested in. Maybe the new Forza game coming out would be something interesting. I haven't played a Forza game in a long while. But let's see what games. I know there's Legend of Zelda. It's Star Trek Resurgence. In June we have Far Beyond. Super Mega Baseball 4, that's definitely a game I'm interested in. New Street Fighter is coming out. Pikmin 4's in July. The big game that's going to be coming out is Starfield. That's going to be September 6th. That's a game I think a lot of people are going to be very, very interested in, for sure. But yeah, I've not really been a big video game guy for quite some time, for quite a while. But there's definitely some very, very important. So, we're going to be getting here pretty shortly. So let's go ahead and talk about a few more things about our slideshow. Like I said, I'm just trying to extend the slideshow a little bit longer. Just trying to make everything last. So, the American education system is operated by both local and state governments, regulated by the U.S. Department of Education through restrictions on federal grants. In most states, children are required to attend school from the age of 5 or 6, beginning with kindergarten, until they turn 18, bringing them through the end of high school as well. But like I said, even then, there's going to be a lot of other changes within the United States education system. But the United States also has many public and private institutions of higher education, and the majority of the world's top private and public universities are in the United States. And they include places like Harvard, University of Virginia, Yale, MIT, Stanford, University of California, Berkeley, Notre Dame, all of those all these major schools are top-ranked universities. University of Chicago, they're in the United States. So basically, a lot of those universities are here in the United States of America. Now, culturally, the U.S., despite being a newer nation of the United States, is very unique. And they have been characterized by a unified belief in an American creed which represents liberty, equality under law, democracy, social equality, property rights, and preference for limited government. Individualism are also major values to be the United States. Also, you probably would be surprised to hear about this, but the United States is actually one of the most charitable people, as Americans donate 1.44% of total GDP to charity, which is more than any other in the world by a very wide margin. In the United States is shaped by many traditions, by many European immigrants, mainly British and German, but also Asian American, African American, Latin American, and Native American people bring their own culture to the United States, and they all are in this melting pot of culture. And as a result, the United States is a cultural superpower, and rightfully so. With it. And as a result, the United States is a very rich cultural tradition, with its own unique social and cultural characteristics like dialect, music, arts, cuisine, and folklore, all making the United States a very unique area of the world stage. And because the United States is such a very unique area, the United States has a lot of regional variations culturally. There are different from each other in their own unique ways, and they include the cultural regions of the United States include the New England, Mid-Atlantic, South, Midwest, Southwest, and the Western United States. And they're mainly divided by the census as well. For example, the west coast of the U.S., consisting of California, Oregon, and Washington, are known as the left coast thanks to its left-leaning political orientation, and more towards social liberals and values due to its political shift. But when you go to the American South, it's known as the Bible Belt, thanks to, well, that region being more socially conservative compared to other regions of the United States, with Christian church attendances being higher than national average. And then in the Northeast, and then you go even more so different when you go to the Midwest, which is religiously very diverse. And then Utah, well, it's mainly the Mormons make home in Utah, and the West is pretty secular with religious differences. Because of these strong cultural differences and their unique history, it can even cause quite a few tensions, because in the South, slaves were a big part of Southern society back in the day, compared to that in the North, and it caused so much differences with the North that eventually caused the Civil War to happen just because of societal differences. Those have a very long history, if I do say so myself. So, definitely something to keep an eye on when you talk about American culture. Not one thing. Is actually multiple things at once. So, here's that as well. And I mean, you have different, and there's tons of different cultures depending on if you are in the southern United States, or you're in Appalachia, or the Midwest, the Western United States. But basically, the U.S. has so many little cultures in it. It feels like you're in a different place every time you step into a different part of the United States. That's why when I say people say, "Oh, the United States is similar to one area or the other," I actually disagree. Each part of the U.S. has its own culture. And I mean, in fact, you can step from the north to the south, like from the northern United States to the south, and you see that things are a bit different there too. In fact, those culture differences have been a big role. Also, another thing about the United States culturally is there's no official language in the United States at a federal level. So, the U.S. has no official language compared to, well, many other countries in the world, actually, if not most. Definitely for sure. First, we gotta talk about art of the United States is artwork. So, art in the United States have been around since the late 18th and 19th centuries. American artists primarily painted a lot of landscapes and portraits, and they often looked to Europe as answers. However, later developments brought America one of its earliest native-grown movements, the Hudson River School, which is its own movement of art in the country. It seeks native-born arts crafts. And they brought in tradition naturalism. In the United States, even brought more so after World War II, where New York emerged as a major center of the art world, and painting in the United States covers a wide range of different things, from landscape paintings to Impressionist to all sorts of different movement styles. The United States is a great place for arts and freedoms within that sort of stuff. Then, of course, we gotta talk about architecture. So the United States architecturally is very diverse. In fact, U.S. architecture is extremely eclectic. You can find traditional American architecture having multiple influences from English and Greco-Roman. But the overriding theme of city American architecture is modernity, the skyscrapers that built throughout the 20th century. But you can find all sorts of architectural stuff in the United States. You can find pre-Columbian architecture from the Native Americans. You can find traditional colonial architecture with wood and all that. From Spanish to English influences all over. And you can find different federal architecture and all that. But basically, you can find Victorian era stuff, revivalism. But basically, you can find all sorts of different architecture in the United States, making the United States very unique architecturally compared to quite a lot of other places. Oh yeah, and you can't forget one of the great things the United States is a big part of, and that is theater. The United States has been a big theater tradition brought over from Europe, but is influenced by British theater as well. Theater is a big deal in the modern American literature, but the center of all American theater is Manhattan, which is in the Big Apple, New York City, with divisions of Broadway, Off-Broadway, and Off-Broadway sort of stuff. Many movie and television stars got their big breaks working here in New York, and outside of it, many cities have their own theater companies that produce their own seasons and movies. And they've been around for a long time. Tons of big actors have made their own plays, even all the way back to the 19th century. Like John Drew worked throughout things in the 19th century. But it really grew in the 20th century, producing many and they were not afraid to make all sorts of plays. Like guys like Sinclair Lewis and Mark Blitzstein created all sorts of plays. And legendary producer Brock Pemberton have all made names doing these theater plays. Definitely a very unique cultural stuff for sure. And of course, you can't forget about music too. The United States is extremely diverse in its music scene. Thanks to its multi-ethnic population, it creates all sorts of different styles of music. And it's influenced by the musics of Europe, the indigenous, West Africa, Latin America, Middle East, North Africa, and many, many more places are influenced by American music. And some of the most renowned genres of music include traditional pop, jazz, blues, country, rock, rhythm and blues, hip-hop, rap, soul, and much, much more. Mainly the big one that made pop music so big was from African American music, like blues and spiritual with folk music created the modern day pop country music stars. But there's so many kinds of musical diversity in the United States, and that makes the United States a cultural music power. Obviously, and there are many famous American music artists from the days. From blues artists such as there are many different famous blues artists. There's country music artists like there's just so many. Like there's country music stars like Johnny Cash, Garth Brooks from all sorts of different eras. Then you have soul music, James Brown, pioneered soul. Then you got pop music like Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston. Rock artists like Bob Dylan, ZZ Top, the Eagles, Aerosmith, and metal like Metallica. And of course hip hop with guys like Eminem, Jay-Z, and more. And of course, I also include the guy on the picture of the slide. Yes, Elvis Presley himself, the king of rock, Elvis Presley. course, it isn't just music that's a big deal in America. We also have cinema as well. So we have cinema, which is the United States is a major power when it comes to that part as well as America's cinema. You have, after all, Hollywood is the leader in the motion picture production in the world, and most of the major film studios in the U.S. are among the best-selling movies in the world. And basically, they include American-made films include Avatar, Avengers Endgame, Titanic, Star Wars, Spider-Man, Jurassic Park. And all of those are now American-made movies. It's pretty crazy, but American cinema has had a long history. Even back to the silent film days. But the real golden age of Hollywood came during the 1930s to 1962. Was the golden age of Hollywood. 1913 to 1962. Where there's tons of Hollywood stars. And they not include the following, but James Stewart, James Dean, John Wayne, Joan Crawford, Lawrence Oliver, Barbara Stanwyck, Jean Harlow, Gene Kelly, Kirk Douglas, Alfred Hitchcock, Shirley Temple, and much more became legendary Hollywood stars that have risen up over the years and become major household. Even after the fall of the golden age, there would be new people who made storytelling like Steven Spielberg and more, and actors like Tom Hanks make modern films as well. Hollywood's been a big part of its cinema history. And one of the greatest films to ever come out of Hollywood is Citizen Kane in 1941, directed by Orson Welles. It's considered by many to be one of the greatest films. And of course, there are public holidays here in the country. We do have some public holiday stuff. And there are tons of holidays, but some of the most important holidays include Thanksgiving, which is evolved from the English Pilgrims' custom of giving one thanks to welfare. And of course, the main holiday is Independence Day, July 4th. Celebrates the anniversary of the country's Declaration of Independence from Great Britain, and is observed through parades throughout the day and shooting the fireworks. But there's also religious holidays like Christmas, Halloween, Christmas, Easter, and also other secular days like Juneteenth, Martin Luther King Day, Memorial Day, Veterans Day. So the U.S. has tons and tons of holidays. So yeah, just a bit of the holiday sort of stuff, just talk about a little bit about the U.S. culturally. And actually, I have one more thing to talk about. Actually, let's go ahead and talk about sports. Because, you know, Viper Strike actually is a big fan of sports. Sports are a huge deal in the United States. Now, historically, the national sport of the United States was actually baseball, which I did a whole series back on my YouTube channel. If you guys want to check that out. Of course, this was back when I got started streaming back in 2021. That's when I was first streaming back in the old days. However, that's no longer the best sport. The most well-known sport is American football, in terms of broadcasting audience. But also other sports have grown too. Basketball has been a major part since the 1980s, with guys like Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James, and now Steph Curry. All play a massive deal. And also, ice hockey and soccer have really grown during the 21st century. and they now comprise the big five of American sports. In the first half of the 20th century, college football and boxing used to be the most popular sports after baseball. College football is still very popular, especially in the American South. And in more recent years, golf, tennis, and collegiate basketball also have lots of popularity too among American viewers. As well. The United States is among the largest sports market in the world, over 50% more than all the rest of the world put together, which is pretty insane. Which is pretty awesome, if you ask me. But the sport with the largest revenue is the National Football League, followed by Major League Baseball, NBA, the NHL hockey, and Major League Soccer. Most professional teams in the U.S. operate as franchises within a league, so they can actually move to a different city if they would be a financial benefit. So that's different from most leagues, which is based off of city. I don't know. Not only is the United States king when it comes to professional sports, but the U.S. is a dominant power in the Olympics. They are actually an Olympic superpower. They have won by far the most gold medals of any power in the Olympic Games. I kid you not. The U.S. has won the most gold medals of any team in the Olympics. In fact, the U.S. has placed first in the Summer Olympic medal table, 10 out of the 29 Summer Olympics that it appeared in, which is pretty insane that over half of the top place in the Olympic tables is the United. Absolutely insane. But it shows that the United States has some of the best athletes in the world. They have so much. Also, in addition to this, the United States has hosted the Olympic Games quite a lot. For example, it's hosted multiple Summer Olympic Games in 1904 in St. Louis, 1932 and 84 in Los Angeles. They hosted the 1996 Summer Olympics in Atlanta. LA will host the Olympic Games again for the third time in 2028. So it's going to be in about 5 years. And the U.S. has also hosted quite a few of the Winter Olympics. In 1932 and 1980 at Lake Placid, New York. 1960 at Squaw Valley, California. In 2002 at Salt Lake City. And the U.S. has won more gold medals than every single nation. It's unbelievable. But yeah, it just shows the United States is a dominant sporting superpower too. So yeah, that's a bit for the slideshow for now. So I hope you guys are hearing me all right. I know it's been... So let's see who's still with us. I want to check who's with us. If that's... Yeah, we still have the lights. We still have everything going on. Like I said, we don't really have much lights, and it's all bottom. Actually, speaking of which, shift this thing. Oh, I'm gonna shift direction with this thing. So yeah, that's basically what we're doing right now. We're just continuing going forward on the ways. So I hope you guys can hear me pretty much all right in the chat. If you guys are still in the chat or lurking, let me know if you guys still hear me. Just making sure everything went well. So, but yeah, we're doing very, very well today. I know it's been a long fight. Over. Okay, good. I know I had a little disconnect, little everything went a little weird, but I want to make sure everything was working. But yeah, we're having a great time. Thank you guys so much. So, yep, 5 hours of streaming. We still got 546 more nautical miles left to go. We got 3 hours remaining left to go, man. I mean, 3 hours left to go. That's pretty. We might get a 9 hours. So yeah, that's basically a lot of information as well. So let's see what else. You guys want to try a Sporkle quiz? I'm going to try Sporkle. I've done City Guess for the last couple times, so I want to try Sporkle. But let's do another quiz, guys. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do history. Let's try history. Not US. Where did it happen? Okay, let's try this one. Historical place. We'll click the country where each of these results took place. We got 5 minutes to do 22 questions in 5 minutes. Let's play the events. First one, the D-Day landings occurred in France. The next one is the Tiananmen Square protests. They happened in 1989 in the People's Republic of China. Hindenburg disaster was actually in the United States when it happened, time in 1937. If you guys remember what happened. Apartheid is repealed in South Africa in 1991. Christ the Redeemer statue is completed in Brazil, right next to Rio de Janeiro. Bay of Pigs invasion happened in Cuba. The assassination of Indira Gandhi was assassinated in India. The Tet Offensive was launched in Vietnam in 1960 in Vietnam. Alexander Fleming discovers the penicillin biotic. He did his penicillin antibiotic in the United Kingdom, I believe. Yep. The Fat Man atomic bomb is dropped in Japan. The Nobel Prizes for Science are awarded in Sweden. The capture of the Winter Palace during the October Revolution happened in 1917 in Russia. The Nuremberg trials were done. Well, they were done in Nuremberg, Germany. The Bastilles Liberation Army was formed in Mexico. 1986 Chernobyl disaster happened in Ukraine. just not far, too far outside of Kiev. Petronas Towers are completed in Malaysia. Haile Selassie was the one-time king of Ethiopia was deposed in 1974. Sputnik was launched on Baikonur, located in Kazakhstan. And the fall of the Khmer Rouge happened in Cambodia. Che Guevara is captured and executed in Colombia. In Bolivia. The Battle of Al Alamein is in Egypt. The Jonestown mass suicide happened with the mass. Austria. No, Guyana. Okay, Jonestown Massacre is in Guyana. Bolivia was Guevara capture, and Sweden was the Nobel Prize. Okay, so 86%. But hey, not too bad. Not too bad. Okay, after history, we should probably explore science. So biology. Let's go with marine mammals. Ooh, yeah, let's do that. Marine mammals. Yeah, biology major, finally doing something biology related. Okay. More specifically, marine biology. Which I have no clue. I know all the marine animals. First one to the top left is the classic bottlenose dolphin animals. Most animals know this as the dolphins. Then we have the ringed seal. Yeah, we have the classic common seal or the harbor seal. Then the third one in the top row is the walrus. One of the largest seals in the world. Then we have the largest dolphin species, the mighty orca. Then we have the cuddly but very important sea otter. And now finish the top row. Second row to the first left is the largest carnivorous land animal in the world, the polar bear. Then, of course, we have the largest carnivorous whale, and that is the sperm whales here. Then the middle one here is the infamous leopard seal. Terrifying creature, they eat penguins. Then we have one of the two major whale species living up in the Arctic. There's the beluga. And of course, we have the classic humpback whale, which I've seen one during my whale watching trips. Then we have the good old sea lion. Actually, that's the sea lion up there. That's actually the brown fur seal. Then, of course, we have there's the harbor porpoise. This animal here is the manatee. The good old manatee, they live up here. Then this one here is the largest aquatic species in the world, the blue whale. A massive animal. Then we have the elephant seal, which is the largest seal species. Then we have the gray whale. Actually, that's the... Then that one there is a dugong or sea cat. This might be actually. Actually, there's narwhal. Oh, that might be a bowhead. Oh, that's a right whale. Oh, is it? Oh, it's a dugong. I spelled dugong wrong. Yeah, it's a dugong. Yay, Viper got it right. Nice. So yeah, we got the animal species. Nicely done. Yep. So 579 miles. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and check my fuel now. Okay, we can go on a little bit longer. A pretty amazing job, guys. I mean, this has been impressive. Another really long flight. So this has been pretty awesome, guys. I mean, so much long flights. This has been absolutely incredible, everyone, and I really do thank you guys for being along for this long flight. I will promise you that every other stream after this is not going to be as long. I will be happy to tell you that. So now that we're going to get ready to do this as well. So, yeah. I think, like I said, I plan on doing Wednesday being basically from Costa Rica to Nicaragua to Honduras. Check out each of the airports here. But I definitely want to check out Tuncoton Airport since I never really did an airline stream about that area, but I know Tuncoton's a very dangerous approach, which should be a lot of fun. It should be a really fun stream as always. Hey, good to see you, Common Crazy. What's up? Let me give him a shout out. Good to see you, Common Crazy. We're not landing on the moon. We're actually waiting until we get to Alaska. Thankfully, though, we just got under 3 hours remaining left to go on our trip to Alaska. It's still at night though. So of course, visibility isn't great. It will improve once we get near Shemya. But yeah, it's the longest leg of this DC-3 trip, so we're gonna be in the air for a long. So we don't really have too much left to go. We just have a long flight. The good news is that we might actually see a little bit of light soon. Yeah, we're heading to Erickson Air Station in Shemya, which is going to be a pretty long, over 10,000 foot runway into Shemya. It's not exactly the easiest place. Hope you're doing well. I did make your stream last night, Comic Crazy, so that was definitely an entertaining one. Oh. Yeah, the Alps are absolutely beautiful. And definitely worth visiting the sim, and I always like flying over them. That's why I fly over the Alps this past Wednesday for that reason. In the ATR, because I wanted to do an airliner thing in the Alps with that ATR. I guess instead of the 782, I probably should have done the ATR 42, which would have been a lot easier. Be a lot less painful. Definitely like checking them out. So, I'm just currently doing some stuff to kind of pace myself. Stretch it out a little bit. These long streams, man. Yep, just trying to do what Allison went through. gonna get there. Yeah, we're gonna get there at a pretty good time as well. And basically this journey, it took them a long time planning, by the way. If you weren't aware of this morning, like they did a lot of time to prepare for it. They had to watch out for the weather conditions. Then they had a fuel tank issue, and apparently later on there was a RPM issue with the engines. So they had quite a few things going on for sure. They faced a lot of stuff going on in that journey, but man, oh man, it's been really crazy. So. Yeah, we're still doing really, really well. 484 nautical miles remaining left to go on this trip. Let me go ahead and put the pitch down for 2,500 feet. We should be right. Continue moving forward as well. So, so from other stuff I'm interested in, once I get done with stream today, I'm gonna probably do more of the flights around New Zealand and such. So, probably gonna do more of those and then get started and finishing the rest of the schedules. So yeah, but overall, I do think that things are going to go pretty well. Gonna try and find some. So yeah, we basically don't have much longer to go. Okay, let's see. Ah, here it is. Ah, okay, let's do this one. 57 Super Bowls. Hey, good to see you, Copper Stick. How are you navigating? I'm navigating quite well, Copper Stick. We were about 467 nautical miles out. We took off about 5 hours earlier. We're about 466 nautical miles, which, let me go ahead and do the calculation. 2.7 hours left to go. We still got a bit while to go. I'm going to do this quiz as well. I'm trying to pace myself a bit so I don't have to do my slides all the time. Just try to pace things. So that's what I've been trying to do. Let's play the quiz. The first Super Bowl winner is the Green Bay Packers. Super Bowl II would also be the Packers. Super Bowl III was one of the most famous Super Bowl games of all time, and that was won by Joe Namath and the Jets, and as they did a massive upset. Super Bowl IV would be won by the Kansas City Chiefs. It would be their first Super Bowl in a while. 1970 Super Bowl V was won by Giants with the Colts. 1972 would be the championship victory for the Oakland Raiders. No. It was a Super Bowl win for the Cowboys. Be the first of many of 5 Dallas Super Bowls. 1973 was won by the perfect season Miami Dolphins. Then the next year's Super Bowl would be won by the Steelers. And not this, but it was another Super Bowl win. But it was actually won by the Raiders this time around. This would actually be won. Oh, it was also won by the Dolphins. The Dolphins won 2 of them. They won back-to-back championships in 72 and 73. Then the Steelers actually won a dynasty. Then 1977 would be the Cowboys. The Raiders actually won a championship in 76. Then the Steelers again. Then the Cowboys. Then the Steelers. Then the Steelers again continuing their dynasty of 4 and 6 years. Then 1981 would be a championship victory for in 1981 that would be not the Steelers. It would be the Oakland Raiders winning another Super Bowl. Then we have the 49ers win their first championship with Joe Montana on board. The 1983 would be then 1983 would be a win for the Redskins as they win their first, which is now the Washington Commanders. Then the 49ers win at the 49ers. Then 1984 was the Raiders again, this time in Los Angeles. Then we have the 49ers again with Joe Montana winning our championship. Then the Bears. Then the 49ers again. Actually, it would be the Redskins. Actually be the Giants. Yep, the Giants. Then the 49ers. It would actually be the Redskins. Then the 49ers. Then the 49ers won 2 straight. 1991 Super Bowl would again be the Giants. Then the Skins win another one. Then the Cowboys. And the Cowboys won 2 straight. Then the 49ers. Then Cowboys winning 3 and 4 years with the absolute busted draft picks they now got. 1997 was the Packers under Brett Favre won his first championship. Then we have the Broncos winning back-to-back with Elway during his last 2 seasons. Then we have the St. Louis Rams led by Kurt Warner. Then we actually have the 2000, which is led by Baltimore in Lewis era team. Then the greatest Super Bowl, one of the greatest Super Bowl upsets of all time. The New England Patriots under second-year quarterback and sixth-round draft pick Tom Brady. Then we have the Tampa Bay Bucks. Then we have New England again. The Patriots done so again for the next 2 years, beat the Patriots. Then the Steelers won their first championship since the glory days. Then in 2007, Super Bowl 41, Peyton Manning finally wins a championship for Indy. That was still memorable. Then Super Bowl 42 was the greatest Super Bowl upset of all time as the New York Giants beat the then undefeated Patriots. Incredible Super Bowl. Then we have the Steelers again in another classic, beating the Arizona Cardinals. Then we have the New Orleans Saints as Drew Brees becomes a savior of New Orleans and ends up giving New Orleans a championship for a long-suffering city. Then we would have the 2010, we have the Packers winning their first championship since 1996. Since the 1997 Super Bowl. And then we actually got the New York Giants again. Eli Manning beat Brady twice. Then we actually have the Ravens winning the Super Bowl. Then the next year, the Seahawks won a championship. Then the Patriots. Super Bowl 50 was a classic, but it was the Eagles. Oh no. It was the Broncos winning it all. Peyton Manning won his second championship. Then we have the Patriots. Then the Eagles. Patriots again. Then we have the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes. Then we have the Buccaneers. Then we have the Buccaneers led by Brady, who won his 7th championship. Then the Rams won it all, and this past year, the Chiefs won again for the 2nd time in 4 years. So there you go, guys. That's all the Super Bowl winners from the original in 1967, and then most recently in 2023. That's all 57 of them. How cool is that? Viper got them right. Yeah, everything's going well, Copper Stick. Let's see. Yeah, we are getting very, very close. 444 nautical miles. Crazy. We're actually getting very... So, still have quite a bit longer to go. I hope to get a new PC this year because my screen's going to fall off due to me holding the PC up. Oh, wow. Yeah, you better get a new PC, my friend. Just checking my firefighter portal, see if there's any. Okay. Leon, you're approved. Kavanaugh, you're not approved. So yeah, we do pretty well, everyone. Thank you. I mean, for all you guys in the chat and lurking, thank you guys so much for joining along. Tip of the cap. You guys have been awesome today. Such a long. I do not stream usually long. So it's definitely going to be a pretty big deal for all you guys here. Hey, good to see you, Dougal and Splasher6. Great to see you both here. Guys, if you want to check out a great friend of the channel, check out Splasher6. He's a great friend of mine. He makes some great flight sim content. He's doing his long way down journey from Alaska to Australia. But he's also doing his own series recreating the missions his dad did in World War II. And if you like that historical stuff, check that out as well. He does those on Saturdays, and he also does Friday streams. Great to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well, and good to see you, Dougal. You've been a worklord, but bailout. Hey, no worries, Dougal. Thank you so much for being here, Dougal. I hope you have a good day. And hope you and the Shallows have a great time today on your stream. I might be catching you guys by for a raid later today, so once we complete this stream. And that'll take about a few hours. So we'll definitely catch you guys on the last. And the stream length is now 6 hours. Like, appreciate all the help you do on my streams. No worries, Splasher6. I'm happy to help you out anytime you need to, Splasher. You help out my streams too, BB, being one of my mods. So that's the least I can do is help you out. 414 nautical miles left to go. I'm going to go ahead and continue on my slideshow for a bit. So let's talk about cuisine of the United States, because we got to talk about food. Yes, it's making me hungry. But American cuisine is very unique, and it can depend on different regions of the United States. But basically, American cuisine consists of the cooking style traditional dishes here in the United States. It has strong influences from European, indigenous Native Americans, Africans, Asians, Pacific Islanders, and many other cultures and traditions. And while some of the United States American cuisine is fusion, many regions have their own specific cuisine. We have like for. American cuisine saw even more growth during the 19th and 20th centuries due to the influx of immigrants, allowing for rich diversity in food dishes throughout the country. And trust me, there are a lot of variety of cuisines. So for example, if we visited an area of regional cuisine, we're going to go to New England cuisine, which traces back to English cuisine, but also the Native American cuisine of the Abenaki, Narragansett, Neontic, Wabanaki, and Wampanoag native peoples as well. And they also have influence from French, Italian, and Portuguese food, among others, characterized by extremely extensive use of potatoes, beans, dairy products, and seafood. Corn is also very popular in all the New England states, and corn is mainly used for tasty pudding, cornbread, and corn chowder. Other food stuff that are used in New England cuisine are maple syrup, which is basically the sap from the sugar maple trees, cranberries, and blueberries as well. And there are some pretty iconic New England dishes featured. There's all sorts of very well-known traditional foods from here. Obviously, beer and alcohol, kind of big deal, like lagers and ales were made in the East. Baked beans were made from the Native Americans. They make baked beans traditionally sweetened with maple syrup or molasses. However, mainly molasses. Molasses is what is for northern New England baked beans. They use molasses. The baked beans were very popular as well. You have the traditional Boston baked beans with molasses flavored saltwater bacon or Maine baked beans. There's all sorts of casseroles as well. There's all sorts of different sandwiches, like with marshmallow cream and all that. But of course, the big part of New England dish is seafood. Because the New England area is rich in seafood from the waters of the Gulf of Maine and Long Island Sound, including cod in Massachusetts, bluefish, and of course the American lobster as well. You can serve lobster salad rolls and a sandwich. There's also clams, oyster clams, and more are also very popular. And of course as well, you have all sorts of cuisine dishes: clam cakes, fried clams, mussels. Of course, the New England boiled dinner and all that sort of stuff. The classic New England cuisine dishes. And each of these states have their own specialties. Obviously, lobster rolls are a big one. You can find all sorts of unique specialties from New England style cuisine. The next one is on the Midwest. So the Midwest United States, there's also Delaware Valley, Mid-Atlantic, which is New York, and there's tons of New York related things like strip steak, New York style cheesecake, the Philadelphia cheesesteak, and the crab cake, which is very popular in Mid-America. But of course, then we have the Midwestern United States, the Midwest. The Midwest draws mostly from Central, Northern, and Eastern Europe in native North America. And Midwest home cooking is simple, hearty dishes, and there's no frill food. and many people consider that to be typical American cuisines actually from the Midwest. Mainly relied on lots of grains and soybeans, along with pork and beef. And there's quite a few unique specialties from the region. In Illinois, for example, you have the classic horseshoe sandwich, which is an open-faced sandwich. In Indiana, biscuit and gravy is also very popular for all the diners, which is biscuits topped with sausage gravy. And believe it or not, one of India's most well-known dishes is the deep-fried pork tenderloin, and those sandwiches are popular all throughout the state of Indiana. And then in Iowa, brought its apple cake, strawberry blueberry pie, and of course a lot of the Czech immigrants bring in their colashes, all around food. And basically, I think Michigan has a lot of asparagus related dishes. Asparagus, fish fries are very popular, and many of the Polish cuisines as well, like Philip donuts. But basically, and then in Ohio, you got Buckeye candy, which is a peanut butter cup coated in chocolate. And of course, Cincinnati style chili for Ohio. But basically, and of course, Wisconsin is the king of cheese after all. I'd say, at least in the U.S. With cheese curds, fish fry, and lots of craft beer in Wisconsin, mainly in Milwaukee. And of course, Wisconsin also has a lot of sausage. But yeah, there's all sorts of stuff, at least for the Midwest. Then we get to the southern U.S. So in the southern United States, well, one of the things about the southern United States in terms of culinary stuff is they feature tomato, squash, corn, and deep pit barbecuing, which are all borrowings from the native indigenous people. And many of the foodways in the southern United States are adaptations of Scottish or British in origin. And of course, they also brought foods from the enslaved West Africans, including black-eyed peas, okra, eggplant, sesame, melons, and more. Okay, it's time for this plane to actually get refilled. Okay, refilled. The entire plane gets refilled. There. So basically, a lot of southern food is and basically there's tons of southern dishes. Pan-fried chicken's very popular. Different greens like collard greens, mustard greens, mashed potatoes, cornbread, sweet tea, and desserts. And also, barbecue is very popular in the southern United States. And barbecue has a long history back with the native tribes. Of course, one of the best exports is fried chicken. Apparently, the Scots actually deep fried chicken to fat. Obviously, pork and ham are very popular here in the South. And of course, you can also find seafood here too, with the black grouper, swordfish around the Gulf. There's also catfish species in the Delta, oysters, and Creole dishes like gumbo and jambalaya feature crawfish. And basically, you can find all sorts of specialties. Georgia is famous for peaches and pecans. Kentucky has burgoo, beer cheese, and hot brown. Florida is the home of the key lime pie. Texas is barbecue and chili. Tennessee is Memphis is barbecue. North Carolina is pulled pork. And Louisiana has its own Creole cuisine, which is very neat. So the southern United States definitely has a very cool thing. And then in the western United States, again, the West has its own take of it. In the West. And the West US has its own cuisine compared to even Now, the West basically has more unique cuisine as well compared to the rest of the country. Also, it's a big part of different foods like the Native Americans, but also got influence from Mexico, mainly in California, is influenced by Mexican, American, and Mediterranean cuisine, featuring wraps, burritos, tacos, sushis, and salad. Can be found in many restaurant menus all across the western U.S. And even that's different depending on which of the states would originate from. For example, in the Plains Mountain states like Utah, Montana, Idaho, and etc., it features a lot of beef and outdoor cooking. In California, there is a lot of its own cuisine, local foods. In New Mexico, they brought in a lot of tradition from Mexico over to the United States. So there's just so much cultural traditions. It's not even funny. But yeah, that's just about the American cuisine and food here in the United States of America. Yeah, only 377 left to go. Hey, we have a raid from Georgie. Good to see you, Georgie. Welcome on in, Georgie and Georgie viewers. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a great stream, my friend. Yes, we're just about 376 nautical miles away from the ending of this stream. I mean, we're just over 2 hours remaining left to go on this journey. It has been such a long flight. It's not even funny. But I hope you're doing well, my friend. We're just gonna check into the stream. So, hope you're doing well. Just did a short glider flight, just to keep you awake in this long leg. No worries, my friend. Good to see you, Georgie. Yeah, it's been a long flight. How much left? Just over 2 hours left to go. We still got a bit of a ways to go. But the good news is that we are finally getting some light for once. On this flight, we finally got some light. But I do appreciate the raid, though. So, guys. We don't really have much more time left to go, so we're going to keep going straight. But yeah, I mean, this has been a long journey. I've been live for 6+ hours. It's insane. Hey, good to see ya. Good to see you guys. Here's another amazing friend of this channel. The one and only Floxtrot. Great to see you, Flox. I hope you're doing well. A great friend of mine in the community. He does bush flights in and around the Pacific Northwest, but he also now has doing some ATC stuff for Batsim on Wednesdays. But him and Treetop are an amazing duo. Probably one of the best duos on Twitch. So no worries. So we're just gonna get on our way here. There we go, guys. We actually get some light. But yeah, we finally got ourselves some light on the way there. So we should actually be seeing the morning cloud soon, but we can actually now see a bit of the water from here. So we're just going to continue, just changing direction. Yeah. Go ahead and do... Let's go back to City Guesser, guys. Let's go back to City Guesser for a little bit, shall we? Okay, let's do virtual vacation. Let's do monuments, a flying tour. Go fly Tel Aviv. There's all sorts of monuments. Monuments. Let's go monuments, guys. Ooh, there's a famous church, famous cathedral. I'm thinking this is going to be near Rome. Yep, 1 mile. Within 1 mile of it is the Vatican City. Definitely. Okay, next monument. Okay. Here. Looks like St. Petersburg. Actually, no, I was wrong. This is Moscow. That's Moscow. Oh, I know this area. This is probably the busiest street crossing in the world. That's Tokyo. Only 4 miles out from Tokyo. Tokyo's really massive. Next one. Pass over a tall fortress. See the beautiful landmarks here. I think it's that rugged town in Italy. Oh, wrong. I was actually, it's La Sapienza. In the town of Manarola. Okay, I was off. So yeah, we're just playing a bit of games, just house up. Oh, yeah, that's Rushmore, not Rushmore. That is in South Dakota. Rushmore is... Yeah, within 1 mile. And I think we know where we're at. This is San Francisco. More specifically, I believe. Trans-American Pyramid. Yep. Within 1 mile of the pyramid. Yacht Harbor. Twilight Pier. The famous Santa Monica Pier. Yep. Santa Monica. Bridge. Oh, yeah, that's St. Louis. That's the gate. He's standing right on the Gateway Arch. Standing completely underneath of it. It's right in St. Louis, Missouri. Oh, I recognize this place. Yeah, he's stuck in Alcatraz. Definitely not a place you want to go to prison. Yeah, he's stuck in Alcatraz. What would you expect him to be? And he is in Chicago. Oh, in Chicago, probably in the Willis Tower. Yeah, in the Willis Tower of all places. Ooh, look at that. That's great. That's Santorini. That is. People don't realize just how beautiful the Greek islands are. In fact, I need to do an ATR stream over the Greek islands. Right here. 4 miles out, but yeah, it's in the island Santorini. LA Tour CN Tower, that's in Toronto. You can easily see it in the Toronto skyline. Next one. Oh, that's Lavore. Lavore in Paris. Paris. Or if you speak like arrogant Parisian, it's Paris. Sorry, I do apologize to some of the Parisians and the French. Speaking of Paris, that's the Eiffel Tower. We're back in Paris again. There's the tower. Actually, look at it right here. Get with them. Come on. And this one is Brandenburg Gate. That can only be one place in Europe. That's Berlin. Berlin, Germany. Brandenburg Toll. Yep. Come on. Oh, and speaking of which, that's also back in Berlin. But this is Checkpoint Charlie, actually. Yeah, that's Checkpoint Charlie. That's right with the number. This one is a cathedral that is still getting ready to get built. Yes, the Sagrada Familia. That is in Barcelona, Spain. The Sagrada Familia is... Okay, this would be the last one. A very famous fountain. And I think this one's in Naples. No, it's actually in Rome. Okay. So that'll be enough for a little bit. And look at this, guys. We finally reached daylight here. That means we don't need to have our spotlights for what daytime itself. But yeah, we're finally in daytime, guys. Let there actually be light. But yeah, what an awesome stream, however. This has been amazing today. I wasn't expecting a 10+ hour stream, 6-7 hour stream. I mean, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be something for sure. Yeah, guys. Thank you all so much for being here as always. So, now we finally got lights. First time on stream, we actually got some light for once. Can't wait. And what an absolute like this. Mm. Definitely, we finally got some light. Beautiful morning time. So we are 294 nautical miles away. We're about just about an hour and 30 minutes left. Yeah, we're about just over an hour and a half left to go. Wow, what an absolutely insane stream. I mean, oh man, it's been a long haul. But the good news is, guys, this would be the last flight that will be about over 1,000 nautical miles of the journey. The rest of it, the longest one left, is actually the next leg after this one, is over 900. The rest of the legs are not bad at all. So it's very, very. So let's go ahead and get our slideshow and let's talk about a few fun facts about the United States. There's definitely a lot of fun facts. Pretty interesting facts about the United States. Um, First fun fact was actually the flag of the United States. The current flag was designed by 17-year-old Robert Huff in 1958. And each of the stars in the United States flag is actually for each state in the Union. There's 50 stars representing the 50 states. There's also 13 stripes, alternating between red and white, to represent the original 13 colonies as well. Number 2 fun fact, Americans are is the most generous country in the world for charitable donations, volunteer hours, and reaching out to others. Over a percent of its GDP, which is much more than others. The United States is where you can find not only the most dinosaur fossils of any nation, but also the widest variety of them too. The U.S. is also home to the largest known natural cave system in the planet, Mammoth Cave, located near Bowling Green, which is over 400 miles of cave explored. And finally, interesting fact, I know many people know Benjamin Franklin as one of the founding fathers of the United States. But little do people know, he was also a revered inventor of sciences. In fact, he came with several very useful inventions. He invented the bifocals, the Franklin stove, the urinary catheter, and swimming pen. Yes, Benjamin Franklin, everyone knows is that as one of the forgotten founding fathers, was also really good at inventing things. Oh yeah, the sun's rising. Absolutely incredible. Pretty amazing, everyone. So So yeah, the sun is finally rising up. Oh. Well, with the sun finally rising up, we don't really need the lights anymore. Let's check our fuel situation. Everything is looking good. We have enough fuel to make the cross of the trip. I mean, this has been absolutely worth it, everyone. So, I guess, guys, I think we can do another game or something. Let's do... Let's go try Europe. Let's do this one. Where are we at first? Diversion. Looks like the United Kingdom. I think we're in London in the United Kingdom. UK. Yep, we're just 1 mile out. It's located here at Southwark Cathedral. Ooh, this one. It looks like Turkey. It's Turkey. I'm thinking Istanbul. I was correct. I was close, but it was in Turkey. It was Erdine. Yeah. This one, where we go? Oh, it's Riga. That's a pretty that giveaway. It's Riga. That's the capital, and largest city of Latvia. I'm thinking Brussels, probably. Okay, it was not Brussels, it was in the Netherlands. Eindhoven. Eindhoven himself. Next one. Fountain. Dolphin-shaped fountain, so he's gonna go out here. Holland. Okay, I'm thinking it's Rotterdam? No, it's Amsterdam. Okay, guys. Hope you did well. Oh, it's Nice. Nice, France. London. Okay, this won't be. Brussels. I guess that's. So hey, good to see you, Scoop. We're just about done with our journey for today. We're actually just over an hour, nearly hour and a half left to go in our journey. We've been going on the air for 7 hours, which is the longest flight of this journey so far. It's been an absolutely crazy flight. If you ask me. So it's been absolutely crazy. I hope you're doing well. It's been a long flight. Oh, it's been absolute. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Scoop. It's just been a very long flight. I mean, unbelievable trip. I mean, I now get to experience Sim's giving me headaches, but you're doing good. Yeah, sometimes Sim has headaches for people. yet. Yeah, I bought one of the PMDGs, but nothing but a nightmare. Ooh. That's weird. For me, the PMGGs don't affect me very much. At all. Yeesh. Is it the DC-6 or was it the 737 you bought? Yeesh. The 737-600? That's a good question. Because I never had any issues with the 737 family of planes, not even the 600. That's weird. That's so weird. Yeah, that's just odd. I took everything out. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Take everything out of the community folder and reinstall it back and check to see if that is what happened. That's what I would probably do. That's probably the right thing. Yeah, guys, we're about the end of our journey. This has been amazing. What a stream. What an unbelievable stream. This has been the craziest long stream I've ever had. But yeah. The longest leg of the journey is almost done. I mean, this is... The next longest flight of this series is going to be... Actually, the next leg is going to be the next longest leg of the journey, which is going to be from Shemya all the way to Cold Bay, Alaska. But at least the good news is the flight's going to be mainly in daytime, so we don't have to worry about having to fly at night. We can actually see some scenery for once. So we can see the Aleutian Islands. So you know what, guys? I gotta go to the restroom. I gotta take a restroom break, so I'll be heading right back. So. What an absolutely incredible. Ah. So basically, we're now about near the end of the journey. This is going to be 210 nautical miles left to go on our final stop to Hey, what's up? Good to see you, Excessively Salty, for the follow. Thank you so much. So we're here. We're on the final. We're leg 30 of our journey. We're almost at Shemya Island. We're about an hour away from. We're about an hour away from our journey. We're just a little over an hour. We took off a long time ago from Obihiro, Japan. And it's been a long trip. But thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Now we got we're about nearly the end of our journey. I mean, it's been long. Like I said, usually my streams only last about 2-3 hours is most of my streams. So the DC-3 around the world trip is usually going to be 4 or 5 hours the most. The most is 6, but 7 hours is definitely not something I'm used to seeing for my stream. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff. They've been absolutely. Yeah, this is definitely going to surpass the stream from Nacra to Chiang Mai. Definitely going to surpass that one. Very, very close to our final destination. So, just an hour away, guys. So a massive thank you for everyone here on today's stream. We are still going. I think that speaks everything. So yeah, so I'll be heading out on vacation tomorrow. Not tomorrow. I'll be heading out for vacation in 2 weeks. So we'll be sailing to the Southern Caribbean, which is Bonaire, Aruba, in the Dominican Republic as well. So, there really isn't anything to do in La Ramona, though. So, good. I know it's been a while since you chatted. Did you have any update on the PMDG thing? See if that has worked? Mm, so let's get some external shots. Even have one of these. There's Mongo in the Connie. And, oh, in the Constellation. Good to see it. Absolutely beautiful today. I mean, we're almost there. Just 1 hour, guys. Man, I don't know how Allison Johnson does this. Unless I have tons of people in the chat, I would be tired. Yeah, I can now understand how much difficulty the crew had flying the DC-3 around the world, how much difficulty they had. Mm. Mm. So guys, how about we do about a couple more quizzes? Let's All right, guys, let's go back to sport and let's do another quiz. Where did it happen? 21st century. 23 questions for 5 minutes. So you guys ready to go ahead and do this? Let's play. Nelson Mandela's funeral was held December 15th in his native country in South Africa. Saddam Hussein was captured in 2003 in the country of Iraq. Germany is where it replaced the George Mark. The Curiosity rover is launched. In the United States, in 2016, this nation passed a referendum to leave the EU. The United Kingdom, Brexit. Osama bin Laden's compound is discovered and raided in Pakistan. Actually, the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear disaster happened in 2011 over in Japan. Hansi Murbach resigns from his presidency. In Egypt, the first COVID-19 was identified in 2019 in China. Germany wins the FIFA World Cup in this host country, who would also host the Olympics 2 years in Brazil. Opposition is imprisoned under his return to Russia. In 2010, Iaja Gojokol erupted and traveled throughout Europe. In Iceland, this earthquake also caused a tsunami that hit the country the hardest. 103,000 dead. Oh, Indonesia. Afghanistan. A new nation gains independence with Juba as its capital, South Sudan. And that is Greece. The cardinal from this nation is Argentina, is Pope Francis. Ukraine. Gloria Macapagal becomes this country's second female president of the Philippines. This country transitioned from Hindu king to republic. Nepal. The ICC headquarters was established here in at The Hague. The Tulip Revolution leads to President Askar Akayev in power. Kyrgyzstan, okay. Yangon is badly damaged in Myanmar. Okay. So Egypt where Mubarak resigned, the 2004 tsunami hit Indonesia, and then Kyrgyzstan was the Tulip Revolution. Okay. I did alright. Let's go with geography. Let's go with the longest rivers. Ooh, this should be interesting. Okay, let's go look at the 25 longest rivers in the world. Can I name them in 8 minutes? Um, okay, we have the Danube, Nile, Volga, Mississippi, Missouri, Rio Grande. We actually have the Amazon, the Mekong, the Ganges. Let's Volga. Let's. Oh, the Yukon River. There's the Yukon. Let's. Oh, the Congo. The Congo River. Congo, the Volga. Last River? Oh, the Niger River. The Rika. Okay, the Amur River. Oh, Yangtze River. Oh yeah, the Yangtze are the. Where's the... I think, let's see. Got Piranha. Obihiro. Okay. Okay. For the rest of the rivers, we have the McKenzie River up north, the San Francisco, Purus, and Madeira rivers. Then there's the Indus, the Yellow River, Hurry Darling, and Lower Tunguska. Those are the other longest rivers. That is definitely interesting to know about, for sure. Alright, let's go with... Let's go with one more quiz for... Well, let's do U.S. geography quiz. Let's do entering the United States. Okay, 14 questions. We travel along America in 6 minutes without making a mistake. Oh boy. Look at Arizona to begin. Looking at the most populous harboring-born states. That would be California, by far. Then the next most populous bordering state is Oregon. Washington's the most bordering state. Since we can't have Washington, the only other border we have to go through is Idaho. That's the only one. Idaho's next bordering state is going to be Utah. Utah's got a few bordering states, but the one most populated is Colorado. Now, Colorado is more Nebraska, Kansas, Wyoming, and New Mexico. I would predict it would be New Mexico. Oh, hold on. Whoops. Let's do that again. Yeah, it's border Oklahoma. Obviously, the most bordering state for Oklahoma is Texas. Of the three, Louisiana is the next. And Louisiana borders Mississippi and Arkansas. I'm gonna go with Mississippi. Boom, boom. Then we go up here. Then Arkansas borders Missouri, Tennessee, and there Mississippi. And Tennessee. Tennessee. Now Tennessee's bordered by Arkansas, Missouri, Kentucky, Virginia, and North Carolina, and Georgia. I'm going to pick Georgia. And last one is bordered by South Carolina. It's there we go. Yay, Viper Street got it. Hey, good to see you, Ring Bolts. See ya. So yeah, we are about just less than an hour left to go. This has been such a long journey. I'm gonna have this. Yeah. Oh, I've been sitting down for so long. It has been a long dream. I mean, don't even begin to describe. This is a. I've been through many streams, but never as long as this one. We're about almost 8 hours. This will be the first time any of my streams have cracked the 8-hour barrier. Okay, I have to go now. See you later. Hope you have a great stream. Oh, thank you so much, Ringbolt. No worries. Good to see you again. I hope to see you again soon. I think we're very, very close to reaching the Aleutian Islands. They're out in sight. They also said the weather is starting to clear up a bit. What an absolute... Oh man, that has absolutely been insane. What an absolutely crazy show. So, let's go ahead and get my slideshow. Go on, move, get some of the last slideshow stuff done. So we're visiting Shemya Island. Shemya is located in the Shemya Islands groups of the Aleutian Archipelagos. It has a land area of around 5.9 square miles. It's about 1,200 miles southwest of Anchorage. The place is well known for being the location of Erickson Air Station, which is where we're going to be checking out landing. Shemya Island was actually quite an important island during the Cold War as an important outpost, as a part of Project Bluegrass, and it provided tropospheric scatter communication links to the mainland during the early 60s to late 1970s. And there have been actually a few things, but there's actually been a few commercial flights that actually deviated to Shemya Airport. And of course, this place is actually kind of cold, but not actually that cold. As well. But there used to be airline services that did operate into the island, mainly to fly but that hasn't been a thing since the 1980s. And finally, the place we're going to be landing today is Erickson Air Station. Papa Alpha Sierra Yankee. This is a U.S. Air Force military outpost located here in the island. It was closed as an active air station in 1994, however, it's still owned by the Air Force and is operated by the 611th Air Support Squadron at Elmendorf Air Force Base for refueling purposes. It served as a diversion airport it also serves as a diversion airport for civilian planes. The base previously hosted multiple radar systems as well. The island itself has been seen of 2 earthquakes as well, including one that measured 8.7. And there is a one-way here, 1028, which is around 10,000 feet. And even has an ILS landing system equipped in runway 28. Now, the airbase was named after William O. Erickson, who was the main combat commander in the Battle of the Aleutian Islands during that time period, and it actually has a history back to the World War II era. It actually had a pretty interesting World War II history back in the old days here at Shemya Island. And it became very important not just for World War II, but also for Cold War. But it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool little air base as well, and it's got some really neat history. Hey, good to see you, Sky Command. What's up? Shout out for Sky Command, my good friend. You had no idea. I've been streaming for... I'm about to pass the 8-hour mark. Very soon. I mean, this is insane. But this is the hardest leg of the journey, and it is very close to completion. I mean, after this one, every other leg of that journey is not as difficult. This is the big leg. We're just very close, Sky Command. We took off from Obihiro way back, just nearly 8 hours ago. We took off from Obihiro. We went all the way across the coast of Hokkaido, and then we just followed the Magenta straight into the island. Absolutely. So yeah, guys, we are very, very close. Let's see if the prediction thing is working actually right now. Because we can do some flame predicts. Yep, it's worked. Okay, guys, if you guys want to do lane predictions, exclamation point predict, we'll be there in around 30 minutes. We'll be getting there very soon. Just smash those lane predictions, guys. Let's see what rate we're going to end up with. So hey, good to see you, Mongo. Great seeing you, my friend. Yeah, guys, we are really in the home stretch of this journey. Oh man, I mean, pretty insane, guys. I mean, this has just been amazing. We have Mongo in the Lockheed Super Constellation. I mean, that is absolute classic of a 1950s airliner. Classic. So I think if we actually see part of, oh, look at this, guys. We see one of the islands to our left. One of the mini Aleutians. That is Atu Island in our left, guys. That is Atu Island. This is the westernmost point of Alaska, to our left. And it's the largest inhabited island to be part of the U.S. In fact, the Battle of Atu is the only World War II land battle fought in the United States. If it's hard to believe. And the Aleutians were probably the only parts of Alaska that were ever claimed by the Japanese that they've ever taken. Yeah, there's Atu Island. So pretty crazy stuff, everyone. We're almost there. I mean, this is... I'm not kidding when I say we are almost. It's just a short flight. So, I want to ask you guys this. My question is to you all. Um, I know I'm going to be, in the disc. I know that Wednesday's going to be is going to be some airline flying over Central America. I've been wanting to do that region. So I got a question for you. What do you all want me to do on Friday? I know I still wanted to think about doing in the Australian outback, but there's so many other ideas I could do. You just guys let me know what you guys think that I should probably do, and let me know then. Because I'm just trying to find some really interesting ideas for the GA flights. Hey, good to see you, Captain Timothy. Oh, thank you so much. We're doing quite well. Us, Captain Timothy. Thank you for coming here. So yeah, we're about to land our Breitling DC-3 into Alaska. We are just 50 nautical miles away. We'll be around ETA 30 minutes. Around 30 minutes. Before we get going, before we end up in Shemya Island, I'm gonna go ahead and fly around the island, fly over the island a little bit, and over the old air station as we make our landing attempt. Hmm. Yeah, we're about. Oh yeah, that's definitely good. We are definitely doing really well, Georgie. Very, very close. We can almost taste the land. I mean, so we have Mongo in the. Assuming you track yourself. Yes, I do track myself. On Little Nav Map. Yeah. You ever see the U Banner movie, Flight from Asia? I don't think so. I never watched it. So no, I have not watched it, Captain Timothy. And I have not watched that movie though. It's from the area you're flying over. Ah. Ah, cool. Yeah, it was filmed at Takachiwa Airfield, and then most of the play take place here, but yeah, there were some areas where this was filmed over the Aleutian Island. I'm back for a bit. How I'm holding up? I'm holding up quite well, Devil Dude. Good to see you. Yep, we're almost about ready to land, my friend. We're just under 40 miles. We're gonna get here very, very shortly. We'll do a brief flyover of Shemya Island, and then we make our landing here, and we can wrap up the stream. But yeah, very, very cool. We get to finally end our journey. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, we're almost reaching the island. It's pretty insane. In fact, there's Atu. There's the big island, and then to our right is a smaller island. This is Agatu Island to our right. We'll be checking out most of the Aleutians actually next Sunday. We'll check out most of the Aleutian Islands. So we'll be paying a visit to most of the rest of them next Sunday as we reach mainland Alaska. Mm. Yeah, mainland Alaska will take a while. In fact, it's 909 miles. Absolutely beautiful. Yeah, we see more of the illusion. Look at all the peaks up here. That's Hey, Gold Zone, good to see you, bro. How you been, Gold Zone? Yep, we crossed the Pacific. We're gonna enter into Alaska today. I mean, what an absolutely incredible journey today. Making our way over to Alaska. If you have any questions about Alaska, and so if you have any questions about the Aleutians, you can let me know. But definitely a very interesting destination today. As well, it's going to be at Erickson Air Station in Shemya Island, Aleutian Islands, Alaska. So we finally crossed over into the United States. But yeah, this was definitely not what you guys were expecting to see crossover from Japan to the United States. Most of y'all think that you cross Japan from the Pacific Islands, like Guam and all the rest, not going all the way to Alaska, of all places. EADK is the next airport of the East. It is about an hour flight. That's correct. That's an EDAC island. So yeah, we are very, very close to it. And look, and there's Shemya Island. There's Shemya, right in front of us. I mean, what an absolutely incredible shot. You've been around the world, that region. Yep. Beautiful part of Alaska. What an absolute... But absolutely incredible, guys. I mean, we've been in the air for nearly 8.5 hours. 8.5 hours we're in the air. I mean, this is just this is the end of all legs. Yep, I'm kind of glad I did start the stream a little early today. I'm very glad. So we're 14 nautical miles out. We're gonna land straight in at runway 10. We're gonna land straight in, and we can wrap up the flight for today. We did it. We made it to Alaska. Yeah, I like the mountain area in the south. Yeah, the southern Alaska and southeast Alaska are definitely my favorite parts of Alaska. Like all southeast Alaska plus Anchorage, E9 fjords. I do agree. And all the way up to Denali are definitely my favorite parts of visiting Alaska. Like I don't mind the north in like the Yukon and all that, but I would much rather check out more of the south with the fjords and stuff. I do agree with you that that'll do work. What an absolutely crazy story. I woke up at 6 a.m. in the morning today. There's the R station, mobile waypoint. So here it is, guys. This is it. If you guys haven't made your land predictions yet, exclamation point predict, type in your negative number, and get those predictions down, everyone. We're gonna make landfall will be made very, very short. Don't forget, guys, to check out the Discord as well. Okay, guys. gyro pilot off. Gonna lower the power, put on the flaps. And there's the runway. Oh my goodness, we're actually done with this flight. Oh my god. This is gonna be incredible. Now, obviously, there is no designated parking spot for this airport. So when we start next Sunday, I'll have to slew my way to start the runway and then start the stream. And don't worry, guys. The Sunday start at 1200 Zulu is also just for this week. Next week we'll go back to normal start time at 1400. Wait till you got back from Singapore and landed in Sydney. Got it. Oh, that was a beautiful land. Typhoon was just -1 FPM off. Great prediction. Great prediction, Typhoon. Let's just park here. Oh my goodness, it's over. A lot. Oh. Oh, it's over. Oh my goodness, it's over. I have no word. Guys, wow. Oh my goodness, guys. 8 hours of stream time. All right, let me go track how long my flight was. FS Hub. Let's see what FS Hub's. 8 hours and 8 minutes. 1,381 nautical miles in 8 hours and 8 minutes. That is insane. Oh my gosh. I'm going to give a shout out to the entire community. Guys, seriously, you guys have been absolutely amazing today. Didn't have to stay with me the whole time, but yet you all did. And a massive shout out to all of you guys. This was by far the longest stream I've done. And we just now completed the hardest leg of the journey. Everything else from here on out is going to be much, much simpler. So with the longest leg done, we're going to go ahead and set up for our raid so I can get ready to join my family for dinner. So we're going to raid with Flights with Joel today, a great friend of the community, and he's currently doing another one of his awesome streams as always. Please stick around for the raid and tell him Viper Strike said hello. And guys, we'll be back on Wednesday for some airline operations for Firefly Air. We'll be back in Central America then. So I want to see you guys here as well. Thank you everyone for your trip. And congrats to everyone involved. See you guys on Wednesday at 1600 Zulu, everyone. Take care, everyone, and have a great rest of your Sunday. Bye.